Welcome to today's full council meeting, which has been held in the Council Chamber, Portsmouth, Guildhall. Firstly, I'd like to welcome Father Bob, who will say a short prayer.
Let us then pause and be still. Let us step back from the clamour and the noise of the world. Let us in the stillness lay aside those things which distract us, our wants and our needs. And let us in the stillness reflect on our city. All that makes it is what it is. And let us hold those things before God, that when we speak and when we listen, we may be aware of all these people, that we speak on their behalf. So let us reflect on this council, its officers and staff, our business community and all who trade in this city, the Navy and all who serve in the armed forces, the university and especially those graduating today, our schools, our health services, the other public bodies, all those who work within them, our voluntary and community groups and all who support them, all who contribute to our lives through the arts. Let us give thanks for each and every one of them, and so many more who together build up our common life. Let us in the stillness also remember those who today live in darkness, the darkness of fear, loneliness or depression, the darkness of poverty and hunger, the darkness of being homeless or seeking refuge and asylum. Let us pray that all who live in darkness in this city may glimpse heaven's light, and that it may become their guide and their hope. So as we recall all these people in our city, let us pray for ourselves and for this meeting, that we may seek to bring that heavenly light into our thinking and discussion, that heaven's light may touch our hearts and direct our actions, and so be our guide. Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless this council and its meeting today. Strengthen all who speak with wisdom and courtesy. Open our ears and hearts to listen and to understand, so that we may become beacons of light in this city as we seek to build up the common good. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Father Bob. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but we all understand if you have to leave. Members, please be seated. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the Council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public, including those making deputations. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble in front of the Queen Victoria statue in Guildhall Square. Just a reminder to members wishing to speak, you simply press the talk button on the unit in front of you and I will activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I will also turn off your microphone when you have finished speaking. Now moving to agenda item 1 of this council meeting. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal and prejudicial interests to declare in relation to the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Councillor Oliver.
Regarding motion regards to the armed forces. My partner is in the Navy.
Personal interest, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
At 5:30 I have to leave for a medical appointment, so I'll come back as quickly as I can if the meeting's still going on.
I'll allow it. Councillor Beaucher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have a personal but non-prejudicial interest in the notice of motion about strokes, and I will remain for that particular item.
Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. I too have a personal interest in the stroke motion, but I will be remaining in the chamber for that. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think a personal non-prejudicial interest in item F, as I'm the Armed Forces champion for the city, but also, Lord Mayor, I've not been hugely well, and if I'm not able to stay, I'm sorry, I shall abandon things. If I do have to leave and Simon's question hasn't been asked, I'll provide a written answer, if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I'm an Armed Forces champion as well, so I have a personal interest in that one. Councillor Beaucher.
Lord Mayor, if it helps Councillor Vernon Jackson, my question number 6, I'm quite happy to accept a written reply on that one now.
Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. Moving on to agenda item 2. Minutes of the annual council meeting held on the 16th of May 2023 and the extraordinary meeting held on the 20th of June. Is it proposed by Councillor Steve Pitt and seconded by Councillor Beaucher that the minutes of the annual council meeting held on the 16th of May 2023 previously circulated are confirmed as a correct record? Are the minutes agreed?
I'm not on. Oh, agreed, Lord Mayor.
Everyone else? It's also proposed by Councillor Steve Pitt, seconded by Councillor Beaucher, that the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on the 20th of June 2023 previously circulated be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed? Thank you. Agenda item 3, communication. Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Abdul Qadir and Councillor Kirsty Mellor. Apologies for absence have also been received from Councillor Daniel Weems, who's getting married. On behalf of the Council, I'd like to convey congratulations to the happy couple. Finally, I would like to convey some sombre news on the sad passing of Honorary Alderman Fred Charlton, a former City Councillor and Lord Mayor. Fred was a Portsmouth City Councillor between 1995 and 2007 and was Lord Mayor in 2006. Our thoughts are with his family and friends at this difficult time. Moving to agenda item 4, deputations from the public under Standing Order 24.
My Lord Mayor, there are 6 deputations for this meeting, details of which have been circulated on the green sheets. Can I ask Marie Cleaver to make your deputation in support of item 10B, notice of motion, Save Portsmouth Stroke Recovery Service. You have up to 6 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your deputation. Thank you.
I'd like to speak for the motion to save the Portsmouth Stroke Recovery Service. I started the We'd Need This campaign and the petition on change.org, which was presented to the Council today. It currently stands at 1,291 signatures. I'm a current user of the Stroke Recovery Service after a stroke in September 2022 caused by an vertebral artery dissection at 37 as a fit, healthy, working mum of 3 young children. I was given the details of the amazing service by every single person from consultant, stroke nurse to physio whilst at QA, and continue to be told about this amazing service by the rehabilitation team once I'd left hospital. This was something that was handwritten for me on leaflets, circled, highlighted and rewritten in printed literature, and echoed in my ears as the best support locally to help navigate this life-changing event. They've supported me and my young family immensely. The support of this service is phenomenal. Their wealth of knowledge and connections cannot be found elsewhere, from emotional and well-being support after a life-changing event to practical advice and guidance, PIP support, referrals and extremely helpful linking vital services. A stroke is a brain injury and every stroke is different and every recovery journey is different. There are no other services that provide this type of support for stroke survivors locally, and it fosters the relationships that many have with the service. This provided unparalleled support that complements some of the physical side of recovery, which is obviously helped by the NHS. When I got the news that the Council had decided to not continue the funding the service after 14 years of doing so, I felt as though that we'd been left in a deep hole and he'd taken away the ladder. There are many analogies I could use, all with the same feeling at the core: abandoned, disregarded, lack of care with no empathy or consideration for the impact or the future of the people who use and need the service. I would like the Council to review their budgets and consider all wider implications of closing the service would have on health and wellbeing services, and the impact on closing the service would have on local services, such as mental health being one of many examples. This has had a huge impact on the community, and it will have financially for the city too. I think the service is an absolute lifeline and is so very needed here in Portsmouth. This isn't just about the stroke survivors, this is about our children, our parents and friends who use the service. I think the decision to close the service in Portsmouth would be absolutely catastrophic. I think that sometimes something that has been repeated to me by many is that the service has been a lifeline, and to quote them, they would simply not be here today if it wasn't for this service. Again, this isn't from just the stroke survivors, this is from their carers and their close family members too. Every aspect of continual lifelong recovery for so many in the city, and those that are yet to come, roots back to this single connection in Portsmouth. I feel the Council have misunderstood what the service offers and the impact that it has for the ongoing recovery for so many stroke survivors, and is a service that cannot be matched elsewhere, not only for us, but they have helped support our family members, our children, parents of survivors, and is essential to the recovery and well-being for those whose lives have been impacted by stroke. And to end, I'd like to read you some of the comments from the petition. This service is brilliant and is needed. There's nothing going to be there. Nothing will be there to replace it once it's gone. Stroke survivors will have nowhere to turn. Stop closing things people actually use. It could happen to any of us and we would need help. This service provided me with support and signposted me to other services during an incredibly stressful time. We need more services like this, not less. The service is vitally needed and provided many with the aftercare following a stroke. Please save this. Do not let another health facility be lost. Stroke survivors depend on this to aid their recovery, and we must not lose this lifeline. It is an essential service. A word repeatedly used is that this service is vital in Portsmouth. We need this, we all need this. Stroke can impact any one of you at any time, at any age, and I will be observing your voting on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Cleaver. Can I now ask you to retire to the public gallery if you wish to watch the proceedings? Can I ask Debbie Lewis to make your deputation in support of item 10B, Notice of Motion, Save Portsmouth Stroke Recovery Service? You have up to 6 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go and the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I am a Stroke Association Support Coordinator in Portsmouth. We are about life after stroke. I work in the world of stroke. Stroke is brutal and stroke is sudden. I have worked with over 2,000 stroke survivors over 14 years, 2,000 individuals and 2,000 lives. I am privileged to share stroke survivors' journeys whilst they navigate their stroke pathway and recovery. The journey is long, hard and frightening. The world is different after stroke. There are hidden aspects and often unexpected surprises along the way, such as fatigue, low mood, and loss of communication. My job is to be on that journey, to provide a safe place to be heard and understood, to provide practical advice and emotional support. I'm like a stroke buddy. To be there, whatever stage of the journey, and for whoever is affected by the stroke. Stroke survivors, carers, family members and friends. Hospital, home visits, phone contact, email or Zoom, whichever contact is best. I work alongside the NHS, supporting with issues such as benefits and housing to enable the NHS to focus on rehabilitation. I help stroke survivors with understanding what has happened, to help rebuild lives and navigate the pathway. To support stroke survivors with finding their new normal. Hand-holding, listening, building rapport and trust. Helping people with aphasia and communication difficulties to feel heard and express their needs. Ensuring the right services are involved. Referring and signposting to other services and making sure the best recovery can happen. Providing and discussing stroke information to prevent further strokes. Supporting with going back to work and providing information to employers to educate them about stroke. Exploring hobbies and setting new goals. Introducing stroke survivors to each other, hence the Stroke Squad. I stay on that individual's journey and give them continuous support throughout. Building relationships of support around the individual so that they can go forward. The Stroke Recovery Service is unique. There is nothing like ours in Portsmouth. We work alongside the NHS, the Early Supported Discharge Team and the Rehabilitation Services. We don't do what they do, and they don't do what we do. We work together as a team. Already, the city has no 6-month reviews, and very few get 6-week reviews. They go back to the GP after discharge from hospital and the stroke team. It's hard to get a doctor's appointment without adding the issue of communication and/or cognition. By losing the vital life after stroke service in the city, I believe that stroke survivors will feel and be abandoned. Some will find life impossible to navigate and struggle to manage. I think that stroke survivors will suffer and be neglected. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms Lewis. Can I ask Honorary Alderman John Attrell to make your deputation in support of item 10D, notice of motion, improving accessibility on Portsmouth taxis for disabled people. You have up to 6 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of time. Thank you.
Members of the City Council, I come together today to support the notice of motion of the deplorable taxi service we have in Portsmouth, especially for disabled people. We have some 2,000 to 3,000 people with learning disabilities in this city, and about 1,000 of those receive a service from Portsmouth City Council. And I've visited most of the questions I get asked when I visit day centres provided by the City Council is the lack of proper taxi provision for them, particularly people with wheelchairs. They find it most difficult to go on a taxi with a wheelchair, and some taxi drivers won't even help them go up the ramp, which I think is disgraceful. Now, we have a day service in Cosham Ward which could take on more clients, but they can't do because of the lack of taxi provision. Most taxis in the morning are used by school children, which are many able-bodied school children dominate taxis. We want more taxis for people who've got disabilities, because that's the way they can travel. Too many go to work now thanks to the efforts of the Portsmouth City Council. And also they can do a lot of things, do their shopping, but that is because of the taxi drivers. And some of the taxi drivers, when they say they've got a disability, are most offensive indeed. Many taxi drivers do not even know the Equalities Act. They've never even heard of it. I think we should have some proper training, from learning disability training for all our taxi drivers. I am aware that many taxi drivers do not have a licence in Portsmouth. They have a licence provided by Wolverhampton Council, but still they're in Portsmouth. We should be providing training. It's appalling that people with learning disabilities especially find it most difficult to go around their daily lives because they can't get taxis. As I said, this has come up on many times on the partnership board for people with learning disabilities in the city, and they would like to see the councillors taking a more active interest into the work of the partnership board, and we could arrange for you are invited to all our meetings, which are 3 times a year. It's so important you learn more about learning disabilities and what the city is doing. Portsmouth City Council does more for learning disabilities than most other local authorities. I know that I've gone on, but I am here to fight for people with learning disabilities. With every ounce of my body, I will fight and get the best deal there is for people with learning disabilities. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorary Alderman Attrell. Can I ask Sharon Smithson to make your deputation in support of item 10D, notice of motion improving accessibility on Portsmouth taxis for disabled people? You have up to 4 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Hello everybody, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in favour of this motion. My name is Sharon Smithson. I've been disabled from birth and in a wheelchair for over 30 years. I've lived in Portsmouth all my life, born in St Mary's like many others. I'm married. I've been to Lord Metro Lord College, started my career via the youth training scheme, and I've since worked in paid and volunteering jobs all in Portsmouth. I've been very independent all my life, and having access to transport is such an important part of maintaining my independence. Whereas accessibility of trains and buses are moving forward with accessibility and appear to be improving, I have experienced problems with taxis in Portsmouth all of my life, and it does not seem to be improving. If anything, it is getting more challenging. Just to give you a little bit of an insight into this, I have many to tell, but I will give you 2 examples from my own experience. After a night out in Gunwharf with friends, we went to get a taxi home. The driver refused to take me and told me that it would take too long to get the ramps out because he could do 2 to 3 other jobs in the same time, so he could potentially earn much more money. Eventually, fortunately for me, another driver came along, got out of his car and said he would take me home. Bringing more up to date, 3 weeks ago, I had booked a night out at a show. I rang the taxi firm well in advance to book an accessible taxi. They told me I couldn't book one as they hadn't got enough to meet the demand, and that I had to phone on the night half an hour before to see if they had one available. In the end, a friend knew a taxi driver who lived in Gosport who came over especially to pick me up that night as a favour. These are 2 examples, but I could give you many, many more. And as a member of the Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group, I have also heard many other stories from many other people who have had the same experiences throughout the city. It is not just a problem in the evening, but throughout the day, particularly at school run times, making it very difficult getting to hospital appointments and other general appointments. Also, you can never be guaranteed a time for an accessible taxi. You could be quoted half an hour, but it could take much longer, making it extremely difficult to plan anything. There are many good drivers out there in the city who I do want to mention, and they really do want to improve the situation, but they don't know how, and their hands are tied, and nothing ever seems to be changing. I believe the council should support this motion for disabled people in Portsmouth. Every time a disabled person wants to plan anything, there is always so much thought needed about the transport and whether you can get there and get back and won't be left stranded. It seems as if when you are disabled in Portsmouth, you are not treated equally. There are so many challenges to face just getting around the city. And these are not challenges that people who are able-bodied ever have to think about. Improving options for accessible taxis would help address this, and I urge the council to do whatever it is within its powers to improve the situation. Please support this motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Smithson. Can I ask Lee Stevens to make your deputation in support of item 10D, notice of motion improving accessibility to Portsmouth taxis for disabled people? You have up to 4 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lee Stevens and I help care for my wife who is wheelchair bound and suffers from cerebral palsy. There is currently only one taxi firm in Portsmouth. This firm does not allow for the pre-booking of wheelchair adapted vehicles. Therefore, the availability of such vehicles is extremely limited when it comes to hospital appointments and for trips that are not within walking distance in case a return journey is not possible. My wife, as I previously said, is wheelchair bound and suffers from a low immune system. This makes it incredibly difficult for her to travel on overcrowded buses due to the risk of being exposed to germs, and this was obviously heightened throughout the recent COVID-19 outbreak. I also struggle with travelling on buses due to a mental health condition, which means I suffer with anxiety and paranoia. Taxis therefore provide us with a safe means of travel within the city. We would like to see the provision for pre-booking of wheelchair vehicles so that we can guarantee both the outgoing journeys and the return journeys. We have faced being stranded already after getting a taxi to the shops and being told there was not one available for the return journey home. This eventually resulted in me having to push my wife home in her wheelchair, which causes her pain in her muscles and over any distance and made me fatigued due to my medication. It should be noted that we were only out for a period of 1 hour between journeys. We believe something needs to change to make wheelchair taxis more available to wheelchair users, either within the current framework or maybe an alternative service, and one which bears in mind affordability to cater for this need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Can I ask Tammy Aslam to make your deputation in support of item 10C, notice of motion continuing support of Portsmouth Pride. You have up to 6 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thanks, and it's Tally, not Tammy. Some of you may know me. I'm the chair of Portsmouth Pride. Some of you may not be aware of what our organisation does. We are a completely voluntary run organisation. Every single one of us has day jobs. I've actually taken time out of work to be here today to speak because I believe this is extremely important. Growing up in Portsmouth, I grew up during the entirety of Section 28, and that has a huge impact on every single queer person, and I'm going to reclaim that term, and how they experience life. One of the biggest issues that we have, not only in this city, but across this entire country, is that our rights, our civil liberties, our basic existence is under threat by the government in Westminster. In this week alone, I've had to explain to 2 individuals about the Equalities Act and that it is against the law for someone to refuse you service based on your gender, even though that is only binary, and based on your sexual orientation. Given the fact that we live in 2023, this is disgraceful. I would like to thank the council, and especially the leader at this moment, Steve Pitt, and Deputy Leader Susie Horton for their continued support with Portsmouth Pride and the work that we do. Most people think that Pride is about one day, a big event on the common that is free, unfenced, and open to everyone. It's about way more than that. It is about more than just one day. Since I have become part of the organisation, we took it over in 2017 with the aim of making Portsmouth a more inclusive city for the LGBTQ+ people. This year, as we move forward and ahead looking into 2025, we want to make Portsmouth a destination city for LGBTQ+ people up and down the country. We have to look at how we fill a gap when we look at council services. We work and signpost individuals to the For You, For Me, For Us project, which is there, but it only is up to, I think, 20 or 19 is the age limit. There is a huge gap for people who don't go to bars and clubs, people who are in recovery, people who have been victims of domestic violence, people who are coming out later in life who don't have a community. In the time that I have been involved since 2017, we have worked with Endometriosis South Coast so that they are a trans-inclusive support service for all people who suffer from endometriosis. We have worked with Josh at Downtown, and we have seen so many more organisations like Downtown become part of the daily life in Portsmouth. I can't take credit for that because these are amazing individuals, but if it wasn't for the work that we do as volunteers, completely unpaid, And without the support of the Portsmouth City Council, we wouldn't be able to continue doing this. We fill a gap for people who don't know where to go. The university has societies, but when they leave those societies, where do they go? How do you build a community when you don't know where to look? And while we don't offer a service, we offer a community. Last year, we started Queer All Year, which is a campaign arm which specifically focuses on events that are outside drinking spaces, that bring people together so that you can find the people who will be your chosen family. This year at Pride, I spoke to, well, actually outside of Pride, I spoke to a Muslim woman who isn't out. She's completely in the closet because of her religious background. Much like myself, I am a mixed-race gay Muslim woman. I understand that there is so much intersectionality when we look at LGBTQ plus individuals, and it's why it's extremely important to have the support of the council to enable us to be able to continue the work that we want to do, not just for the LGBT community, but for the general education of people of Portsmouth. And I'll give you one anecdote, maybe anecdote's not the right word. One of the experiences that I had recently, I was walking with a friend of mine and we were walking up past the wonderful Rainbow Crossing, which is a lovely installation. It makes us feel seen. And there was 3 gentlemen, and I don't want to make assumptions, but they were young guys in their 20s, very typically Portsmouth, and they went across the Rainbow Crossing and one of them said, "Oh, is this for Pride?" with quite a negative tone within his voice. His other friend turned around and said, "Yeah, I think it is. Actually, I went to Pride last weekend," waiting for his friends to come back with a retort. And they said, "Oh, did you mean to go?" Again, with a little bit of disdain in their voices. And he said, "No, it was just on the common. I just happened past it." So they had drag queens and music. It was all right, to be fair. That was the end of the conversation. There are so many times in my experience where 10 years ago, I walking down the road holding the hand of my partner, and an entire pub of men stared at us, hearing words like dyke and faggot and queer, and being concerned that if you hold your partner's hand or you kiss them, that you could be chased and beaten. Things have changed, but in order for us to continue to make those changes, continue for people to think that Pride is all right, to be fair, that is the biggest compliment that we can take, and we want to break down the barriers, and we can only do that with the fundamental support of this council. And we can also show other councils outside of Portsmouth what it really means to be an ally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Aslam. Can I now ask all of you who've made a deputation to retire to the public gallery if you wish to watch the proceedings. Thank you very much.
That brings an end to the deputations for this meeting. Thank you to all those giving deputations. On to agenda item 5, questions from the public under Standing Order 25. No questions from the public have been received from the public under the provision of this standing order. Moving to agenda item 6, appointments. Is the appointment detailed in the agenda that Councillor Matthew Atkins becomes a standing deputy on the Planning Committee agreed? Thank you, members. That's agreed. Agenda item 7, urgent business. I've not been notified of any urgent business for this meeting. Now moving on to agenda item 8, to receive and note the decision of the Cabinet held on the 27th of June 2023 to approve 1. The Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking Statement for the signature of the leader and publication on the Council's website. 2. The programme of work set out in item 11 of the report. I now propose to call the minutes. If you wish to either question or oppose the item, please indicate by standing and calling out either question or object once I have called the minute. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection has been made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 53, Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking Statement. As the minutes being neither questioned nor objected to, the recommendations have been approved and we will move to the next item of business. On to agenda item 9. To receive and consider the recommendation from the Cabinet held on the 27th of June 2023 for full council to approve. 1. The granting of £436,893.68 from the Community Infrastructure Funding to Portsmouth Hospitals University NHS Trust for the provision of infrastructure in accordance with the Community Infrastructure Levy Regulations 2010 as amended, SIL Regs, to be funded from Capital Infrastructure SIL, and 2, to write to Portsmouth Hospitals University NHS Trust to confirm that SIL is part of the expected infrastructure costs of the significant project development and is a levy to compensate for the full range of additional public infrastructure requirements that will arise from developments and will fall to the Council. Part of the NHS responsible for resourcing any future funding allocation for major projects locally should therefore include any future SIL contribution as part of the budget it provides for the project. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to either question or oppose the item, please indicate by standing and calling out either question or object once I've called the minute. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call Cabinet Minute 47, Queen Alexandra Hospital Emergency Department Support.
Bit late, Pete.
As there an objection to Minute 47, in accordance with Standing Order 28C, this recommendation will be deferred. Okay. So just go to the beginning of minute 10. Go straight to script. I was on the wrong page. Right. I have been for 5 years so far, so. Members, as the recommendation in respect of item 47 was objected, may I have a proposer and seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Pitt.
Happy to propose, Lord Mayor.
And a seconder?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Thank you. The matter, do you want to propose?
Yes, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This, as members who've certainly been on the council since before this May just gone, will know that this has been something that's been going through a process for a while. It is unusual. We have very clear rules around SIL that require contributions for capital schemes of this nature. It was not our understanding when the scheme was first proposed that they had not allowed in their budget for an adequate, any SIL contribution for the scheme. However, given the nature of the scheme and how important it is towards for serving the people of Portsmouth, and given the welcome additional commitment towards the scanner, it was felt that on this occasion, in full consultation with the Cosham Ward councillors at the time, because this was partly their decision because it affected their ward SIL, that we would agree to this. However, subsequent to the cabinet meeting of last week before, it was also agreed that I would write to the trust and make it very clear on the council's behalf that this was not to set a precedent, and that in future any schemes brought forward by the trust must allow within their budget for a SIL contribution to Portsmouth. Now, for anyone watching this thinking, well, why is that then? Because it's our hospital and surely it's benefiting us. The thing about SIL is it's supposed to wholly benefit people who live within the city unitary boundary, and QA Hospital serves a much wider area. area. So that's why SIL exists, that's the purpose that it has, but on this occasion obviously we very much wanted to work with the Trust and come to a conclusion on it, because it is delivering the new emergency department, and the ward SIL contribution will go towards funding the scanner, as I understand it. So happy to recommend on that basis, and we've made it very clear to the Trust that this will not set precedent. The letter, as I understand it, is now going to be circulated to all members so that they're aware of what I said.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. The matter is now before Council for debate, starting with Councillor Beaucher, who objected to the recommendation. Councillor Beaucher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you very much to the Leader of the City Council. It's one of those anomalies where you have to oppose something to be able to speak to it, but I'll say from the outset, I'm not actually opposing what's been put down there as the recommendations. But I do have some disquiet about what's actually happened here, and the leaders sort of outlined some of what I was actually going to say. But this is the second time that QA have actually done this in the last 3 years, as I understand it. And I'd like to thank the leader for the sight of his letter in accordance with recommendation 2. But as I said, it's the second time in 3 years that QA have come back to the City Council and also to the residents of Cossam, because they benefit from the SIL money, and Wimmering, and they have said, oh, we haven't made the right decisions with our maths, and our project managers have somewhat screwed up, and we need to do this, but please can we have all that money back to put it into the hospital? This has an impact on the capital programme that we actually decide in the budget, and we're talking the thick end of £1 million over these two that could have been used for the residents of Portsmouth, that the hospital has failed to factor in the SIL requirements and have come cap in hand, or rather a gun to our head, to say, can we have this money back? The leader was quite right. What you've got to bear in mind, SIL money from developments goes to the City Council to use on capital projects, and a proportion of that will actually go to the ward in which the development sits, Cossam and Wimmering in this particular case, which arguably will also benefit the residents of Paulsgrove and Drayton and Farlington as the near neighbours, and probably in the wider city as well. But QA is a regional hospital, so therefore all of this burden and all of this money going back into QA is coming from us. It's not coming from any other local authority that will benefit from the things that we're going to pay for, and I think that is fundamentally wrong. And I think that the people who have financed this and worked out the costings at QA should hang their heads in shame for what they're doing to their local community. I'll just touch on something in the report, and just drawing people, if they wish, to page 71, 3.6. There's several bullet points there that refer to the last time this came up. And the first one, the first bullet point, a new patient garden, partly utilising the neighbourhood SIL contribution. For those that don't know, that neighbourhood SIL contribution is the bit that goes to Cossam to spend in Cossam for the benefit of their residents. So that would be Councillor Shah, Councillor Valley and Councillor Atkins to decide how they want to spend that proportion of money. And it goes on to say, which is due to be constructed alongside in the spring and be open by August 2022. Well, unfortunately, I've spent an awful lot of time in QA over the past 2 or 3 weeks using that new North car park. And correct me if I'm wrong, and the Lord Mayor working there probably knows as much as I do, there is a brand new garden attached to the ward development next to the car park. You stand at the top of the car park and you look down, it's fabulous. But it is completely fenced off for the exclusive use of the residents in that particular ward, hardly for the benefit of the neighbourhood and the residents of Cossam. They can't get access, but if you go and stand on the second floor of the car park, you can see it. To me, this is sad, and I think it is fundamentally wrong of QA. Thank you to the leader for writing his letter, but as I said from the outset, I'm not going to oppose this, Lord Mayor, but I'd like to send a message to QA and the project managers there that are building the new A&E department that we shouldn't be tolerating this actually happening again going forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. Next to speak, I have Councillor Wellington. Councillor Wellington, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Beaucher for the points you've made. This is very much what the kind of thing we were talking about at Cabinet when we went through this. And let's be quite honest here, colleagues. This is a cost shunt from the NHS, and actually. One thing I would say to Councillor Beaucher is I think actually it goes much further than just the QA. It goes right up the line of how the NHS works, how NHS England works in terms of properly funding local schemes. And it is a central government thing. So central government, they have a habit of just funding what's the bottom line, and they don't even take into account when they say to QA, well, this is the funding you can have for your new A&E. Even if we don't know if they've ever said about, well, we will need the SIL money as well. But even if they had, I'm not even sure if they'd even listen to them. But this puts it in that very, very clear terms that that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to put a cost shunt from central government funding, which is where the NHS gets its money from, to local government funding. And as Councillor Beaucher's particularly said, and Councillor Pitt as well, about the fact that the hospital serves South East Hampshire as well as Portsmouth. So it's actually 2/3 of the population that QA Hospital serves is outside the city, and yet there is no call whatsoever from the hospital on SIL from Winchester, Havant, Fareham, Gosport or East Hampshire. There's none. Because they don't have any right to do it. So that burden falls entirely on us. And that is unacceptable. When we had the previous application, I remember having the conversation at the time. I thought it was cheeky. I thought it was absolute cheek they were asking for this. Because we know the goods and what we have to do. And of course, any infrastructure project that's built in this city, it doesn't matter what kind of infrastructure project it is, it does have extra burden on it. There are things like utilities, there are all these kind of bits and pieces. There might be additional road access you need to do. It pays for all of those things. So even if it's a public building, it still has to be paid. And then for this to come back again, it was really, and again, as I think Councillor Beaucher put it in a very good way of having a gun put to your head. Because what are you going to do? Are you going to say, no, we're not going to give it to you, so we're not going to get a scanner? So we're basically going to disadvantage our city. Well, you're not going to do that, are you? But now we've actually put that down in black and white terms. We didn't expect this to come back again. We had, I think it was more... It was conversations last time, but we thought that would have been enough. Clearly it wasn't. So this is why we now need to put it down in black and white. And this has been a bit of a trust issue, and I would really hope to anyone in the NHS watching who are responsible for this funding, and also for the hospital, just a reminder, if this happens again, I'm sorry, it's pretty clear, I think, across this chamber, that we won't be accepting a cost shunt anymore. You have to go back up your line, back up your funding line and say, we need all the funding because Portsmouth needs its SIL money. Because this is £500,000 of SIL money that we can't spend on anything else in this city. This is £70,000, I think it is, or whatever, from the Cosham SIL fund that they can't spend elsewhere in Cosham. And as Councillor Beaucher said, you've already got a precedent of where things haven't been as advertised, and that really isn't good enough for people in the city and in Cosham in particular, who have also generously donated to this to the previous development and will do for this one. So I'm very happy to accept the recommendations. We particularly put that so we added that additional recommendation about the letter, which I'm very pleased the council leader has now sent, and that's put that in black and white to say, we completely understand where you are, but really, we as a local council we can't afford to keep giving money away when actually central government funding, central government who of course, they can do unbalanced budgets, we can't. They can borrow until the cows come home, and they can do deficit budgets all the time. We're not allowed to as local governments. It's not good enough that we should have to pick up the tab because they won't fully fund absolutely critical infrastructure in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Wellington. Just before we go to Councillor Atkins, I realised in my haste I declared an interest on this stroke service one, but not on this one. But after speaking to the city solicitor, it doesn't affect me directly financially, so it's non-pecuniary. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief. I just wanted to echo what has already been said, especially by Councillor Beaucher, but also by Councillor Whittington and Councillor Pitt, from the point of view of the residents of Cosham. Now, obviously, SIL money and the neighbourhood, the contribution element is meant to, in some ways, help compensate and alleviate the effects of having development in your area. And so, clearly, having a hospital is positive for the area and positive for the much wider area. But certainly, the QA needs to recognise that it does have impacts on Cosham and on Cosham residents, particularly in the sphere of parking, as residents of Wimmering and the centre of Cosham no doubt know. So there are areas that they could work harder to assist us in Cosham further in exchange for some of this money we have generously returned to them or awarded to them. In terms of the process, you know, their effect on transport and the roads in the area, that is why I have to give some credit to my former ward colleague, Councillor Lee Mason, who pushed hard for this list actually, and it's disappointing to hear the patient garden is fenced off. But he had, you know, he and I had several meetings with the site, the overall site operations manager about these developments in order to ensure, or to at least attempt to ensure that some of this award money was spent in a way which would contribute to the transport plan for Cosham, contribute to the electric charging infrastructure and the pedestrian infrastructure around the QA. And there was really, before that, almost an assumption on the part of the QA that they would get this money back. It wasn't even almost a negotiation. It was not the right attitude at all. It was kind of something that we are the NHS and this money should be given to us, despite the fact they do have an impact on Cosham residents and the area. I don't think Cosham would ever have wanted, we weren't in a position to say no in a sense, because from what we understood, delaying the car park delayed the A&E, because they had to move their car park in order to build the A&E. So if any residents are concerned about this decision, it could have actually, you know, for the sake of £150,000, delayed the entire A&E project, which did not seem like a sensible decision for us as councillors at the time. But it is not fair that we were put in that position, or that Cosham residents were put in that position. Although we were in the fortunate position of having one of the largest SIL funds in the city as a result of private developments like North Harbour, but in some wards this would have had a very major impact on what they were able to do. And certain things we were not able to do as a result of this money we take it from us is some renovations that we'd like to see on Cosham High Street. So I do just want to emphasise to the QA, if they're listening, and when you write that letter to them, that this did and does have an impact on Cosham. There are areas like parking they could work with us more closely to ensure their staff impose less of a burden on the local neighbourhood area if they want to be receiving this money in exchange. And also to think when they're planning their developments, if they wish to make SIL applications, you know, that they be fulfilling the purpose of SIL, which is to provide infrastructure for the community, which mitigates some of the impacts they have on that community. So I think this is a correct approach to the problem, but I echo the comments that I think QA need to do some serious thinking in the future about how they behave in regards to the SIL funds. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. You just got in there, Councillor Magic.
With your permission, Lord Mayor, could I remain seated just because I've got some back issues today? Is that okay? Thank you, sir. I've never been one to have a gun held to my head, to be completely honest with you. I've asked permission to stay seated. I've never been one to have a gun held to my head, to be honest with you. And I'd always suggest that someone pulls the trigger should they do so. The fact that they've already done this once rings alarm bells. And the fact they've not learned from this once is alarming. How many chances do we give people? how many chances would you give people in your normal life? You know, if someone cheated on you, would you give them a second chance, third chance, fourth chance, fifth chance? Or would you write a stern letter to say never again? Too many chances. And the money is crazy, especially when we've got the Stroke Society here today looking for funding. And we're taking away, what, £436,000 from our capital funds, which can be spent on schools, hospitals, green infrastructure, recreational facilities, community safety facilities, flood defences, transport. These guys have been given their chances. They've been given their chances before. And I echo what Councillor Atkins says. This is taking away money from the local community and from our people. People in Cosham, I think, account for 2%, Councillor Atkins, of the people that use QA Hospital. But yet they're funding 77,000, 150,000 over the two schemes for this. I'm sorry, it's not right. So I will be objecting to this motion today against the turn of phrase, because I think we've given them a chance. And I don't think the people of Portsmouth should be paying for them to have a second chance. And I think it's the NHS's problem or the government up the line to figure out where this £500,000 is coming from, because it certainly shouldn't be coming from the people of Portsmouth. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Thank you, Councillor Magic. I have no one else indicating to speak, so I will ask the proposer to sum up. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nothing further to add, really. I think it's been an interesting discussion and completely respect that people may have different views. We did go through the process on it, and it was debated at full cabinet meeting as well. I understand that, you know, the loss of Wardsill is significant. I would remind people that, however, the hospital may not only serve the people of Portsmouth, but it does very much serve the people of Portsmouth. And the consequences of turning this down, we were advised, would be that the actual project itself could be in jeopardy, because government had given no indication whatsoever that they were willing to, through the NHS, consider a funding uplift. So there's always a balance with these things. On balance, I'm happy to still move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. We will now go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you, members. The recommendation is approved. We move on to item 10, notices of motion. We have 6 notices of motion before us today. As you are aware, all notices of motion on the agenda will be automatically dealt with at this meeting if duly proposed and seconded. Is motion A, Neighbourhood Policing Matters, proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt and seconded by Councillor Darren Sanders?
Yeah, proposed, Lord Mayor, thank you.
Formally seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I will now call upon the proposer, Councillor Hunt, to present and speak to his motion. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do get to sum up, don't I, at the end? Yeah, very good. So, from the outset, Lord Mayor, this is quite a detailed notice of motion. I'm hoping it won't be amended, because I don't think it needs to be, quite frankly. From the outset, and may I say to our Conservative colleagues, that this notice of motion is not intended to bash you around the heads, because voters are doing that on my behalf already. And I suspect and hope that all councillors here are equally concerned about community safety and policing and the 999 services generally. So one thing is for sure, all of us know that crime and antisocial behaviour is constantly raised with us, I guess almost every day, by residents, and we see it all around us. The notice of motion has been constructed carefully to enable all of us to get behind it. And of course it supports Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner's call, and the Police Federation's call, and the Chief Constable's call, all calling for fair funding for the Hampshire Constabulary. And there is plenty of information in the notice of motion for members to get to grips with the issue and back our call for fair funding for Hampshire Police, whose hard-working officers and staff serve Portsmouth. Lord Mayor, the Hampshire Constabulary has for a very long time now being funded about a quarter less than many other police forces. It's due to the algorithms and so on in the police fair funding formula set by the Home Office and the various governments. And for Hampshire, it's about £41 million every year. So if you said it's over the last 10 years, it's around about £400 million that Hampshire has been shortchanged for its policing services. So we can all point to crime and antisocial behaviour. And I must say, I was very pleased to hear before, just before the elections, that Winston Churchill Avenue Police Station was going to be reopened to the public, but we're now 2 months into the new municipal year and nearly into August, and the doors I don't think have opened as yet, but there was a promise that that would happen from the OPCC. So we can all point to antisocial behaviour and crime that is blighting our local communities. And we can all point to unregulated e-scooters illegally zooming around, to vehicles speeding along local streets, to 101 calls that go unanswered or shocking responses from the call handlers. We've all been sent videos that we know show crimes and numerous thefts of mopeds, for example, and we all know all of this. We also all know the anger and the frustration of local communities when these things are not investigated. And the police, Lord Mayor, they're quite open about it. Senior officers and call handlers say there are not enough police to respond. We also know and support our police taking on and tackling and tracking down dangerous criminals and dealing with disorder without fear or favour. And we see it across our city all of the time, from the Hot Walls to South Parade Pier to Bransbury Park, up to College Park to Stamshaw. Right around the city, we see this antisocial behaviour. And the government statistics tell us that antisocial behaviour is going down. Well, you can believe that. You can't get through the police. How can you report anything? That's one big problem. But the Portsmouth crime survey, which we heard from Lisa Wills last week, for those who were there, gives a different story. It shows antisocial behaviour going upwards after residents are asked. So our residents are just as frustrated and angry as we all are. That the police are equally frustrated that they can't respond in the way that we all want them to, and dare I say, like they used to. So, Lord Mayor, that's some of the reasons why I think we should be debating this today. I will listen to the notice of motions. It's all set out. What we would like to happen is all set out in the notice of motion. We would like the Police Crime Commissioner to come to the council, and I'll reinforce this at the end, either here or to a scrutiny committee or somewhere where we can ask, for example, about recruitment and retention. We hear lots of good news stories coming from there, and I'm sure Councillor Pitt will have some one or two tidbits to tell the council about things that have been going on. So I will now sit down and hopefully listen to a constructive debate, and after that, sum up at the end of it. Thank you very much, members and Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Fielding, will you indicate to speak in the debate? I have to do amendments first, mate. Are there any amendments to this motion?
The answer will be yes.
Are you happy to propose and for Councillor Atkins to second and for that to be circulated?
Yeah, formally propose the amendment. It can be circulated, and I think Councillor Atkins is going to formally second it.
If formally seconded, reserve my right to speak later.
Would you like to wait until that's circulated, Councillor Beaucher? Yeah. Talk among yourselves. Councillor Beaucher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I can already hear Councillor Madden chuckling. Sorry?
Through the chair, please, members.
Lord Mayor, my amendment seeks to add some clarification, some factual information to Councillor Hunt's notice of motion and address some of the inaccuracies in there as well. Firstly, Lord Mayor, it should be noted that the funding formula is based on cities, which does disadvantage Hampshire. However, it is currently under review with the Home Office and is expected to include rural areas which will benefit Hampshire and the Isle of Wight Constabulary. A note that I've actually added into that. Furthermore, everybody present in this chamber will also be aware of the recent announcement of a 7% pay rise across all ranks. That was recommended by the Police Remuneration Review Body. I want to say that after a few drinks. With most junior officers getting a £5,000 boost. The recommendation of the Police Remuneration Review Body was accepted in full by the government, on which the National Police Chiefs Council lead for pay and conditions said, and I quote, "We welcome that the government has accepted the PRRB recommendations on police officers' pay in full." This is where we start to get a little bit contentious, I think, Councillor Hunt, because one part of it you've made in your notice of motion is that successive police and crime commissioners have closed police counters across Portsmouth. But that's simply not true, because none have been closed by the current police and crime commissioner. Indeed, Donna Jones has halted the sale of Cossam Police Station and has publicly stated her plans to reopen police counters. Going forward, Lord Mayor, the 600th police officer was recruited for Hampshire in March this year. The extra 50 are being recruited now, and Donna has recently announced a new police station will open in Cowes on the Isle of Wight. The government funded 498 new police officers, but Donna Jones has found the money to pay for an extra 25% more. And she did this by undertaking a wholesale review of finances, moving the office from Winchester to Fareham and reducing the number of staff that work in the office of the Police and Crime Commissioner. Much, if you like, as she did when we were looking here in Portsmouth City Council when the Conservative administration under Donna at the time reopened public toilets that the Liberal Democrats closed, or indeed reopening libraries that had been closed on a Monday by the Liberal Democrats. Lord Mayor, so far there have been public meetings involving either Donna or Terry Norton in Cossam, which Councillor Shah will remember because he was there, in Baffins, because Councillor Sanders, Nadir and former Councillor Stagg were also there with Terry Norton, Drayton and Farlington and Hilsey, and a further meeting planned for Copner. And I also understand that a similar meeting was held in Charles Dickens, which Councillor Corkery attended. There have also been 5 MP meetings across Hampshire, all of which involved these questions that are being tabled here as part of the public forum. Because certainly the ones that I went to, all of the questions that have been tabled here were actually asked, amongst other things. Incidentally, I understand that with the 5 MP meetings across Hampshire, the one notable absentee appears to be Stephen Morgan MP, who has not attended a single one. But all the questions you raised, Councillor Hunt, as I said, were discussed in length at those meetings. But I don't recollect Councillor Hunt having bothered to attend any of those public meetings across the city. You could also have written to the Police and Crime Commissioner, as others have done, to ask these questions. I don't know whether you have, Councillor Hunt, but perhaps you could share your correspondence with us just to show that you actually have. Lord Mayor, I'm suggesting that the correct role for this lies with the Cabinet Member for Safety in the Community and the Council representation on the Police and Crime Panel. They are the people that would be involved in this. Indeed, the Police and Crime Panel member has the opportunity to go through the scrutiny to ask these questions at the Police and Crime meetings, and that they are the ones that should source this information and report back to full council. Furthermore, the other slight amendment I make is that Councillor Hunt will know that police resources move throughout the city and they don't restrict them to certain areas. We don't pigeonhole officers in area. There's a fluid movement. So to change it to review Portsmouth as a whole allows that flexibility rather than pigeonholing officers in various areas of the city to carry out those duties, which could have an impact on crime in other areas of the city. Lord Mayor, I've tabled my amendment. I trust members will support it, but judging by the demeanour of Councillor Hunt, I suspect not.
Members, please, all comments to be addressed through the chair as per standing orders. Thank you. The matter is now open for debate. I have Councillor Fazakerley indicating. Councillor Fazakerley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's mainly a small point. First of all, I concur with what Councillor Beaucher said. Obviously, I'm happy to contact the Police and Crime Commissioner. Sure, he's been very helpful to me. But on the top of page 2 of the amendment, just a small point. No? Oh, without wishing to be pedantic, but simply you're referring to the Police and Crime Commissioner to inform him. It's actually her, I believe. But just Ian, sorry, have I read it wrong? I'll shut up then. Sorry, in my eagerness to speak, I obviously made a mistake. Sorry. Okay. Apologies.
Thank you, Councillor Fazakerley. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We in the Labour Group welcome this notice of motion and want to go further to explain the situation the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary find themselves in at present. The most recent crime statistics show a 42% increase in reported robbery since 2015 and an 82% increase in knife crime in the South East. The number of PCSOs across the South East has collapsed by 43% since the Conservatives came into power in 2010. Nationally, just 12% of full-time police officers are designated in neighbourhood roles, down from 19% in 2005, a drop of 6,000 police officers. According to the crime figures, the overall charge rate for crime stands at just 5.5%. The rate is even lower for certain crime types, 4.1% for theft offences, 3.9% for criminal damage and arson, 3.2% for sexual offences, and just 1.6% for rape. These figures have plummeted since 2010 when the overall charge rate stood at 15.5%. Whilst we welcome the announcement back in March from the local Police and Crime Commissioner that the front desk at Portsmouth Central Police Station will be reopened in the autumn, this has been called for since 2015 and is frankly 8 years late in providing an accessible service that Portsmouth residents need. The Central Police Station really needs the investment to improve the facilities there, which are currently not fit for purpose and are in need of serious attention. And where are the additional police officers and PCSOs that we so desperately need in our communities? The cut of over 1,000 officers across Hampshire has still not been made up in the latest round of government announcements, and we're still left with over 300 missing, which clearly has the immediate impact in the police not being visible in Portsmouth. That is why Labour has announced a neighbourhood policing guarantee, with increased town centre patrols, substantially expanded neighbourhood policing teams, a named neighbourhood officer for every community, and a tough action on antisocial behaviour and drug dealing. Labour will get police and PCSOs back on the beat with a major expansion of neighbourhood policing, enforced by 13,000 additional police officers and PCSOs, and underpinned by new legislation. The guarantee will increase police visibility in every community and assign named officers and PCSOs for every ward, as well as significantly increasing local action to tackle ASB and prevent growing numbers of young people being drawn into gangs and violent crime. It will be paid for through a police efficiency programme, working with police forces and PCCs to deliver procurement and shared services savings, comfortably covering the recruitment of 10,000 new neighbourhood police, with a further 3,000 ring-fenced with the existing uplift. Indeed, Portsmouth South MP Stephen Morgan warned the government that the failure to invest in neighbourhood policing teams has left communities to fight crime and antisocial behaviour on their own. Stephen meets with hundreds of local hard-working families whose lives are made a nightmare by the selfish acts of the mindless minority. In all too many cases, the action can be taken against those causing the problems don't go far enough, and the victims of this nuisance are left frustrated. Many families up and down the country are left so frustrated by the lack of support that they need to move home to get away from those who are blamed. This should not have to be the case, and something must be done now to urgently address their concerns on the lack of neighbourhood policing provision in Portsmouth.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Next to speak, I have Councillor Matthew Atkins. Councillor Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to speak to explain why I am seconding this amendment. I think that the motion itself does contain some good and constructive comments and information. I think it is important that areas like Portsmouth and Hampshire, which is and includes Southampton as well, and the Isle of Wight, a very mixed area of different types of policing and policing issues, receives the necessary funding it needs to deal both with those inner city problems, to deal with the antisocial behaviour, and also to deal with the variety of crime it sees across the rural areas. So I welcome that aspect of the motion supporting the Police and Crime Commissioner's call for a fair funding for the Portsmouth and Hampshire area. And I think that it is correct, though, to note that the government is currently reviewing this and to think positively in terms of the likelihood that we will see an uplift in funding for the police in our area, for Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary. I do think it's important, though, that some of this other information that's in the amendment is included. I think there needs to be some recognition of the job that the current Police and Crime Commissioner is doing, that is, you know, a strong performance, that the recruitment of officers in Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary has been good, that has exceeded the funding that came from Westminster. And that this is information which is freely and publicly available on the press releases of the website of the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, and therefore would have been freely available to the Council to read and digest into the proposals of this motion, and that the Police and Crime Commissioner has been uniquely available to members of the public in public meetings, in her travels around not only Portsmouth but the entire district, that if you request a meeting with this Police and Crime Commissioner, that she is extremely responsive, and I think that should be noted and welcomed. And I think there is a slight implication that somehow that's untrue in the way that the motion proposes summoning her to answer the questions of the Council, where that information is freely and publicly already available. So I do think that there is a slight sense of hostility comes in the second half of the motion that is unnecessary, and the factual comments in the amendment are there to address that. Clearly, another priority is the 101 service, and it is in the Police and Crime Commissioner's pledges to see that service restructured and improved. I think everybody knows that the 101 service at present is difficult to get through, isn't functioning as it should properly, but that is also clearly in the priorities of the Police and Crime Commissioner, with information on her plans to improve funding and restructure that service so that every caller receives a response to their inquiries. So I do think that, you know, the Police and Crime Commissioner that we have in Hampshire and the Isle of Wight is doing an extremely strong job, and that does need to be noted and recognised, and that the information, you know, the information flow from the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner in Hampshire and Isle of Wight has never been better, and she has never the Police and Crime Commissioner has never been more accessible than the current one. So I'm sure she'll be quite happy to meet with councillors and answer that questions, though I think that's best done in public meetings so that the public can, public consultation meetings so that members of the public can come and ask their questions as well. And so I would invite the proposer of this motion to invite the Police and Crime Commissioner or the Deputy to come and hold a policing meeting in their wards, as many wards across the city have done. Obviously, national finance picture is difficult. I think that The speech we just heard from Labour is quoting statistics across the entire country. I'm not saying the picture in Hampshire and Isle of Wight is completely rosy, but crime statistics are at least a mixed picture in Portsmouth, and there is a clear plan from the Chief Constable, supported by the Office of Police and Crime Commissioner, to reduce both antisocial behaviour and crime rates in Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. And so I do think it's important that we focus on the local picture, which I think local representatives and the local police force are doing a strong job, rather than just quoting national statistics and making pledges that perhaps are better suited to being written on stone tablets that are then forgotten, rather than used in debates about relevant local policing. So I just think that we need to stay focused on local police, and I think locally, actually, we're getting a relatively good service. I think there is room for improvement, and there's room for better funding from the government. But I do think that this amendment is there to note the good work that is being done locally, both by the Office of Police and Crime Commissioner and by the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Next indicating to speak, I have Councillor Russell Simpson. Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This motion, I believe, has been moved multiple times over the last 6 months, and you would have thought this motion would be redundant. However, it's still very relevant now than it was 6 months ago. Actually, one would say over the last few years. Residents contact me more about ASB than any other concern. Even on one of Emily and I's first visit to residents was actually about rising ASB within an area that isn't normally targeted. We are also seeing more demand for CCTV, and I'm informed by Hilsey resident Andy Kershaw of Safeview CCTV that he is installing cameras daily, not just within Hilsey, but across the city. South Parade Pier seems to be targeted every weekend. What I fear is we will become a 1984 Big Brother ward, all because we can't get enough police on the beat. We really do need to take the fight to criminals and those blighting our neighbourhoods with antisocial behaviour. Unfortunately, that's yet to be seen or delivered.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Next indicating to speak, I have Councillor Shah.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm here to share my residents' voice with you, with the full council, and I think the initial motion is voice of my residents, so I fully support it. Antisocial behaviour with regards to car meets and motorcycle rallies has been going on in Cosham for years now. We look forward to meeting the Crime Commissioner when she visits to full council. It regularly takes over an hour to get through to the police on 101 and look forward to an improvement ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much indeed, my Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to second this motion. I want to start by actually addressing the amendment first. There are many, many good points in this amendment, some of which actually came out after the publication of the agenda, particularly around the stuff on pay, which we welcome, particularly around the stuff around the motions from the Police Council, which we welcome. And we welcome many, many things the Police and Crime Commissioner has actually done, and I will come back to that in a bit. However, it does water down the commitments that we want the Police and Crime Commissioner and her team to make, to work with us on making, on further eradicating crime in Portsmouth. Councillor Atkins was indicating that somehow his approach would be in public, and ours wasn't. Our approach says to actually have the Police and Crime Commissioner come to a future meeting of this council. That's here. That's now. That's public. Councillor Atkins. So although there are many, many good things in this amendment, I have to say both Councillor Hunt and I will not be accepting it on the grounds that it waters down the commitment that we think we want this council to achieve if we are to deliver what residents want and what we want, which is to actually work together to boost neighbourhood policing and cut crime. Because crime matters to us all. I mean, we all agree on the goal. We may disagree about how to get there, but we do all agree on the goal, and that's why neighbourhood policing cuts hurt. I mean, all of us have heard residents saying they can't find a police officer, can't get hold of 101, and if you do get through to 101, nobody answers back. But we also hear when they say in Hilsea and in Drayton and Farlington and in Cossam and in my ward and in Nelson and in Milton and in St Jude and in Fratton and in every single ward in this city, we also hear one other thing, sympathy. People actually know, our residents know, there simply aren't the police to do the job. So in the absence of anyone else, they come to us. Because they think, all 42 of us, because they think that we've got the magic wand. Because no one else has found it, so they come to us. And sometimes we're able to help. And this is not a partisan point. In my Lib Dem administration, we doubled wardens, we allowed them into council blocks. That's great. But Conservative and Labour councillors in Cossam and in my ward, and Liberal Democrat councillors in my ward and in Nelson ward funded CCTV. Why? That was the good thing to do. That's why so many people in all parties have actually organised meetings. Councillor Beaucher rightly talks about the meeting in my ward. It says that myself and then not Councillor Oliver, although everybody thought she was, Councillor Stang, Councillor Kadir were there. Why? Because we organised it. As did, I have to say, Councillor Beaucher, Councillor Hunt in Nelson as well. And Councillor Mason and Councillor Atkins organised in Cossam. Why? Because we wanted the police to understand what the situation is. And that's why we are keen on a significant expansion in neighbourhood policing. Because without it, it's all sticking plasters, frankly. But I have to say to Labour colleagues who, Councillor Fielding mentioned the loss of money from the police. That's absolutely true. But I remember in my old ward, long before austerity, Labour closed police stations. I remember it was Labour in my old ward who said that local bobbies on the beat were Dixon of Dock Group policing. And that was not a compliment. I'm delighted things have changed. I'm going to come back to some of the things that they brought in London because I think that they should apply here. We welcome the many good things the Police and Crime Commissioner has done. In my own field of homelessness, for instance, she's helped us provide a home for prisoners ending their sentence, tackle domestic abuse, and work with rough sleepers who do shoplifting, a real problem for businesses and staff in our city. We also know, as Councillor Hunt has alluded to, that she and the leader have been working on plans to tackle some of the bigger antisocial behaviour issues. Even today, some of the bigger antisocial behaviour issues in our city, for reasons of confidentiality, sadly, I can't tell you what they are, but everyone will know what they are over the next few weeks. That's great, because everyone should work together, and that is the spirit of this motion. We also welcome her call for more money for the police this complex city and county deserve. But we also have to hold her to account for the things she can control. Councillor Atkins says 101 is difficult. Some of my residents have a slightly different word for 101, I have to say. It is a priority. I've heard the Police and Crime Commissioner told me it's one of her priorities. That's great. But I want a plan. My residents want a plan. They just don't want it as a priority. They want to know what will be done about it. The open scrutiny of coming here will assist it. The Commissioner, during the election, told me of her passion for neighbourhood policing. That's great. Yet even now, we don't know how many extra police each area will get. We need that openness and detail. But we need to go much, much further. And I want to raise 2 points in the last 30 seconds I've got. We actually need to return to the system Labour brought in London when they finally remembered that Dixon of Dock Green policing was a good thing, and actually have a dedicated police team for each neighbourhood in our city. I heard Councillor Beaucher reject that earlier on. I understand that. I disagree. The current multi-ward system really doesn't work. Police across the city to deal with the tough problems that we face is great, but dedicated neighbourhood policing, real bobbies on the beat, reporting to local people's priorities, that will help. And the other thing is a dedicated task force for business crime with Tangier Road as the pilot. So we have got a lot of good things that we could do. I welcome the consensus. I don't like the amendment. And before you press that red button, Tom, I urge you to reject the amendment and support our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. And yeah, it's Lord Mayor when we're in here. Thank you. That's okay. Councillor Pitt.
Holy cow. Just like to address one issue before my sanity is challenged today. Since when was Cosham Cossam? I've heard about 5 councillors say today it's flipping Cosham. Born and bred in Portsmouth, definitely Cosham. It's Bosham and Cosham. Anyway, to move back to the point of question, Lord Mayor. Okay, all right. Apparently it's a different language where I grew up, which is Portsmouth North. So to bring it back to the focus of what we're talking about here today, Lord Mayor, we're talking about the fact that there aren't enough police officers. It's not about whether the current Police and Crime Commissioner has done amazing things or not. As Councillor Sanders said in his deputation, Donna's done a lot of good things. She's been very collaborative with me. We're looking at a couple of things where we make improvements at the moment. That's not going to be enough. Donna knows it's not going to be enough. We need more bobbies on the beat as soon as possible. One of the most significant things that she's done, which has not been mentioned here today and should be, is ending the nonsense of requiring police officers to have degrees. Absolutely crazy. Should never have been brought in the first place and has been scrapped, and I applaud her for that. Because we need to get people who have a vocation to support and encourage and nurture the communities in which they are based. That is the core of good community policing. So I'm really hopeful that that change is going to drive more recruitment in police numbers and actually get people who want to do civic service rather than have necessarily just a career path, and we will get better quality officers onto our streets. We've got some amazing officers already serving in Portsmouth, doing really good work, and they are very, very loyal to the force that they serve. But the elephant in the room in every conversation with them that they are very loyal and will not say is that they just can't do the job that we need them to do until they have the resources and the money to do it properly. And if anyone in here disagrees with that, you're obviously not an active councillor in your community. Because every single day, without fail, I have several emails in my inbox about the issues with different parts of Hilsey, with fires being set out there, with fires being set in Fox's Forest, with cars racing up and down by Lakeside and going through Cosham and Wimmering. The issues on South Parade Pier, where I've had to sit down with the police inspector, the seafront manager, and try and look at how we address those. And I'm hopeful that we'll have an announcement that I've discussed with Donna Jones around that shortly that will undoubtedly help. Those officers are working very, very hard. They are doing their best. But nevertheless, our communities are feeling unsafe. And that is not acceptable, nor should it ever be acceptable to anyone in this city. So we're not going to absorb the amendment because it changes the focus of the notice of motion. There's nothing wrong with it, although I would say that the bit about the first paragraph is perhaps slightly over-optimistic and implies that it's a done deal that more money's coming, and I believe that when I see it. But the rest of it is fine. So we don't dispute any of that. This is not about criticising the Police and Crime Commissioner. It is about making sure that we're fully informed. I'm quite sure that regardless of the outcome on the vote today, that Councillor Holder and I will continue to meet with senior officers in the city and with the Police and Crime Commissioner, because what we all want, without exception, is to make sure that Portsmouth is made a safer and a happier place. We've got work to do, and we need more money to do it. Simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Smythe, you've indicated and withdrawn twice.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My Lord Mayor and Council members, I just want to point out that the passion that everybody's showing about the need for much more focus on crime and disorder and a better and safer and happier life, as Councillor Pitt said. In St Jude's, it's the majority of my inbox as well: graffiti, antisocial behaviour, pubs and clubs, certain what I think of as dubious licensing decisions, concerns regarding the 101 service, and specific things like the South Parade Pier. I'm the chair of the TEX scrutiny panel, and that includes community safety. And in fact, we have already started looking at our topics for future scrutiny, and Councillor Jeffries has very kindly put forward a suggestion. We've got 4 or 5 suggestions we're looking at, that we do look at community safety, one of these aspects, or some of these aspects, bearing in mind the scrutiny panel needs to be forensic and make a genuine apolitical and straightforward fact-based inquiry. And I'd be very happy if anybody who has spoken today or not spoken today wanted to drop me an email and say whether you think that would be a good idea before we discuss it with the tech scrutiny panel and before we discuss it with officers to see how plausible that would be. So I just wanted to say that because I fully understand and pick up of everybody's passion on this subject, and for that reason I do sympathise with quite a lot of the amendment that's been put in, so it's quite a bit difficult to get these things completely up to date, and thank Councillor Beaucher for that, but I will be voting for the original motion because it does escalate the problem in a way I think we owe the people of Portsmouth.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. Councillor Ryan Brent, I saw you sneaking in there. Do you have any interests to declare?
No interest to declare, thank you. Sorry, I'm late.
No interest at all. Councillor Fazakerley, you've already spoken on this.
Sorry, mine's a late declaration of interest. It's an apology, I should have noticed this earlier. It is late, but I better get it in with it, otherwise I don't want to be accused of anything. It's in regard to motion E, the Armed Forces one. I misread this first of all. On part 2, it mentions regimental associations. I am a former member of the Special Air Service, and I joined the Regimental SAS Association about 25 years ago. I don't think it's a prejudicial interest, but I have listed it on my council profile, so I better come in with that one, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Fazakerley. I have no one else indicating to speak, so I'll call upon the proposer, Councillor Hunt, to sum up, and it's already been said, but to just confirm the amendment, whether it will be subsumed. Thank you.
No, it won't be, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Lord Mayor, I am so disappointed, but not surprised in the least. Not surprised in the least.
Councillor Hunt, through me.
Lord Mayor, I'm so disappointed in our Conservative colleagues, but not surprised in the least. I know policing is a sensitive issue for the former Law and Order Party, but it is one of the most important things in our daily lives. And today, to listen to them squirming and wriggling over words, silly words, Lord Mayor, my notice of motion or our notice of motion is odd. I mean, to go from they want to put in that this council regrets. I could have said condemns, and it still got through probably. So they want us to note that previous police and crime commissioners have closed police counters across Portsmouth. I mean, how ultra-sensitive is that for poor old Donna? I didn't mean to attack Donna in any way, shape or form. This was about the underfunding of the Hampshire Constabulary in the fair funding formula to the tune of about £41 million every year, which goes to the root problem of everything that has been raised today. There simply is not enough money to fund the things that need to be done. The other question is, yes, Donna has been good. She's the best one so far. There's no question about it. She works collegially. But to then to change the notice of motion so that we can't get her here and go from, we invited her here. If I was her, and if I was you, if I was then Lord Mayor, I beg your pardon, I would want to sit in that box and tell the council about all the darn good work I've been doing. So to want to avoid that makes me wonder what's going on. The one question I do need to have answered, and I have been on the Hampshire Police Crime panel quite a lot, it's the recruitment, fine, but it's the retention. How many of these police officers actually stay in post? Some of it was related to pay. And if Councillor Beaucher says, I wasn't at this and I wasn't at that, and I don't ask this and I don't that. I do ask an awful lot of questions, one of the more active councillors in the city. If he had contacted me and said, oh, hi Lee, you know about the recent changes, these are some things we want to change in the notice of motion, shall we get our heads together and get a collegiate notice of motion, I'd have been very happy about that, because I want to support the OPCC, I want to support the Chief Constable, and I want to support the Police Federation. I want all the other councillors in Hampshire and the Isle of Wight to support the campaign to get the £41 million to Hampshire that they should be getting. It doesn't pass by me that at all the police crime panel meetings I've attended at Hampshire, each chief constable and the OPCs have said, we're going to take the fight to the criminals. They've been saying that for a long time. They've had 6.43% rises, 7% rises ongoing. But the public, our residents, don't see that on the ground in Portsmouth. They see the police less and less and less. And one reason for that, and I beg your pardon for saying this, is that the police community wardens in Portsmouth and across Hampshire have been reduced by 30%. So it's not all as rosy as our Conservative colleagues would like to make out. In fact, it's quite dire in some places. When I was a policeman at North End and across Portsmouth, all of the police counters were open. If you'd listened to Councillor Beaucher today, he said, it escaped me, but I think he said that they weren't closed. And I probably got it wrong, because it's a matter of fact that they are closed. And we heard that Winston Churchill Avenue was Central Police Station to open in the autumn, which is great. But I hadn't heard about Cosham opening again. If that is the case, then that's good news. But in North End, we would like a police counter too. It's so far for people to go to get up to a place. It says it in the notice of motion at Anchorage Park, or near enough to Anchorage Park, up in Hilsea, to get up there and report things. There's a lot else I would like to say, but the main thrust is, Lord Mayor, this notice of motion, this notice of motion is to get behind the OPCC, to get behind the Police Federation, to get behind all the others, and try and get that fair funding formula changed, because it is unfair for Portsmouth and for Hampshire. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Members, I'll remind you, you do only have 6 minutes to speak, 5 minutes when summing up. A vote will now be taken, firstly, on the amendment in the name of Councillor Beaucher and Councillor Atkins. Can I have all those in favour of the amendment? All those against? And any abstentions? The amendment falls. We'll now go to the original motion. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you, members. That motion is carried. We move on to motion B, Save Portsmouth Stroke Recovery Service. Is it proposed by Councillor Graham Heaney and seconded by Councillor Charlotte Gerrada? Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I'd like to...
Councillor Beaucher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Part of the recommendations of this actually talk about a 5-year funding, which is unprecedented. Can I have a ruling on whether this is an acceptable notice of motion under Standing Order 41J?
Mr. Bolf.
Funnily enough, I've had occasion to consider this over the last couple of days. And I'm going to make it absolutely clear that it does engage Standing Order 41J, and that it cannot be put. Simple as that. Thank you.
Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to move Standing Order 40N and to ask for this matter to be Standing Order to be suspended for this particular item, and I'd like an opportunity to make my case as to why I think this should happen. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Peter Bolf.
Yes, if you'd like to make that, take that view.
Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say I do not do this lightly, asking for the suspension of standing orders, but I think there is a good reason why this motion should be considered today. I want to briefly explain why we are at this position with the validity of the motion being questioned at this late stage. The motion was presented 3 weeks before the deadline for submission of motions, and as mover and seconder, we received an email on the 15th of June that it had been accepted as a valid motion. Only in the week beginning the 10th of July did we become aware that the validity of the motion was being questioned. Discussions took place via email and conversations, and it became apparent that there were two potential interpretations of Standing Order 41J. One says that it applies where the full council takes the financial decision, such as the Budget and Policy Framework meeting in February. Where it does not strictly apply is if the full council cannot make the financial decision because it is the responsibility of the executive, which in the case of this particular motion is the case. The council cannot make this decision anyway on funding, it is the executive decision. The other alternative interpretation is that this should apply, Standing Order 41J, to any motion or amendment that gives any hint of the possibility that money might need to be spent. Now, we submitted amendments to emphasise that we were making a request to the Cabinet to consider the matter, and if the motion is debated, they will be proposed and accepted by us. We have received confirmation from the relevant officers that the amendments are valid and acceptable. We've also received an assurance from the Leader of the Council that he is happy for the substance of the motion to be considered at this meeting. If we had been made aware of all of this before the publication of the Council agenda, we would have addressed these issues and would have amended the motion, and it would have appeared in a different form on the agenda paper, but we were not given that opportunity. Whilst it could be withdrawn and represented in October, there is urgent pressure of time for a potential solution to the issue, for the fact that the service we're talking about will come to an end in December unless something is done, and this is why we're asking the Council to reconsider. So it's really on these grounds that I ask for the suspension of Standing Order 41J so the motion can be considered. If the matter does go to a vote, I will be asking for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. So you're asking us to suspend which standing order? Can you just confirm it?
41J.
Members, I have a proposal under Standing Order 40N to suspend Standing Order 41J. All those in favour? Yeah. Graham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Under Standing Order 1, it is any standing order, except for the ones named, can be may be suspended by a majority of the councillors present, subject to the usual rules of debate. So we can have a debate about it.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. I've got Councillor Vernon Jackson indicating.
It's just a point of clarification, Lord Mayor. The City Solicitor had ruled, and therefore had ruled the notice of motion was not valid. What are we now discussing? Because I just want some clarity to know whether your decision, Peter, was to remove the notice of motion from today's paper or not.
If you ask me, can I overrule Councillor Heaney now? If you ask me that question, I'm going to say yes. Okay? So ask me the question. Can I overrule Graham? Yes, I can.
Councillor Pitt.
It's done. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm confused. Give me a second.
Well, hang on. I've ruled it out.
Yeah.
Graham's made...
following advice from the assistant solicitor, that it's done. As far as would you like to just?
I've made a ruling, and I've given the opportunity to come back. I've been challenged again, and I've accepted that challenge. So I've had two challenges at two different bits, and I'm still saying that 41J is engaged. Could I be any clearer than that? Probably not.
Please. To confirm, now the motion has been put forward, does that mean it can't be spoke about for 6 months? At the end of the day, Lord Mayor, 1 second. No, well, at the end of the day, Lord Mayor, these people have made an effort to come here today, and we're striking it out due to a rubbish technicality in the standing order. It's not the responsibility of our councillors to ensure that motions we put forward are valid for debate. That is the officer's job. The officers have failed in their duty. This should be debated today. And not waste anybody else's time. This is a really serious thing to be discussing, and it's not the job of the councillors to make sure things are in order or not before they go on the paper.
Councillor Magic, just to clear that up as well, the motion hasn't been put, and it specifically hasn't been put for the reasons about the 6-month rule. So rest assured about that. Thank you.
Gerald.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Point of order, I think it's for people watching, it's worth explaining what's going on here. There is a standing order that says that the council makes the budget, and if somebody is going to propose that more money is spent, then they have to identify where that money comes from. That's not what's happened in this occasion, in this motion, and that's why the ruling is that we can't debate this, because there's no identification of the finance of where this would be funded from. This has been a long-standing standing order that's been here for the last 20 years at least, and one of the things that we've got right, and Southampton, for instance, has got wrong, is we do strict financial control. That's why we're not having to make £35 million of cuts in year in Portsmouth, unlike in Southampton, because we've got financial discipline here. And that's why it's so important that we as councillors all know these rules and that we stick to them. No, sorry, man. Sorry.
Councillor Heaney.
Lord Mayor, on a procedural point, I mean, Mr Balfour is quite right. He has ruled that the motion is not valid as it stands on the order paper. I have asked for the standing order that covers that to be suspended so that we can debate it. And I did discuss this with Mr Balfour and also with the Chief Executive beforehand, so they knew what I was doing. So that is what I'm asking for. It is then open for the Council to make a decision on what to do with this. You can support it or reject it, whichever you want to do, but I'm saying that it is important that we do debate this issue because we have got people here who are expecting this, and the reason we are here is unfortunate, but it's not our fault. So we do have some issues, which I'm not going to go into, but I think we did this in good faith, and I would ask the Council to consider suspending the standing order so that we can discuss the matter and then decide what to do with it, which is a different matter. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make the point that I do think that members of the Council need to take responsibility for their motions meeting the Constitution. We all sign something when we become a councillor on stage. I don't know if that's what you know, that was what you were doing, Councillor Magic, but that is indeed what we are doing, signing something that we will respect the Constitution of this council, and we are handed a copy of it to make sure that we read and understand it. And I do think Councillor Heaney is a very experienced member of this council. I'm surprised he made this mistake, though it is disappointing. I'm not sure if we're in open debate about whether or not to suspend standing orders or not now, so I'll leave it there. I just wanted to make the point that I do think councillors need to take responsibility for making sure their motions meet the standards of the council as well, and I don't think they can palm that entirely off on officers.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. It's in my gift to carry the debate, so I just... anyone who wants to have a say, I'm quite happy to let them. Councillor Smythe.
I think this is quite a slightly more serious issue than we might have foreseen. As I understand it, the Labour group did put this in early. They did take advice at the time and, of course, take responsibility. I'm sure I haven't debated this particularly with them, of course. But this is not a million miles different to quite a lot of the other motions we've had since I've been on the council. And specifically, the recommendations do say clearly that the motion is requesting the City Council, the administration, to make a decision. It doesn't presume that we, the full council, can make a decision. So I would very much back the proposal to suspend the standing order on this case, partly because we do have had some very passionate calls for this to be considered by the public, and because the consequences of not making a decision now, which Councillor Heaney pointed out, are quite great. I am also a little bit worried that without some further discussion we'll create a precedent that will severely limit our abilities to bring things to the council, because in some way or other nearly everything we do has some sort of financial consequences, and I would like a bit more time to consider that rather than making this decision which will create a precedent. I understand the regulation, I've read it, but I think I would like to back Councillor Heaney on this point.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. City Solicitor would like to speak.
Just to sort of clarify things, I've been asked to take a very literal approach with regard to standing orders, which I have done. Okay? Now, if you think about it logically, I have overruled the idea that a motion could ever be put and ever amended. Now, I'll be asked to suspend standing orders to, in a circular way, revisit the premise, which allows the door to be open to debate whether a motion could be put or amended. That's completely illogical. Having actually ruled it out, we stop at that point. The correct position is to take that you can re-put the motion as amended next time. And I don't think we can suspend backwards to look at it again. And to put it bluntly, Councillor Heaney had gone first, I might have said something different, but he didn't. The reality of the fact was that the point of order was accepted from Councillor Beaucher. So I am where I am with that, and I think I'm going to be consistent about it. Thank you.
Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I didn't become a councillor to have bureaucratic arguments over the finer points of constitutions. I got elected to try and stand up for the people in my community who rely on public services, such as those provided through the Stroke Recovery Service. That is what we should be debating here today. I think that Councillor Heaney has found a way through suspending standing orders to re-put the motion, to allow us constitutionally to hear the debate, hear the motion today, have the discussion. It's clearly in the public interest to have this debate today. Clearly there are members of the public who are very interested in this. Therefore I'll be voting to suspend standing orders and hear the motion be debated today.
I'll try again. The reality of the fact is, without any disrespect to Councillor Corkery at all, I might add, it's not put, it doesn't exist. It's been ruled out by me. Now, at that point, you either accept the decision or you don't. And I respect the fact that not every member in this room is going to accept that view. Sometimes you've got to take it and sometimes you've got to give it out. And I'm giving it out today, which is I've overruled it. Is that clear? Thank you.
My apologies, members. As per the City Solicitor, we will have to move on to the next item. Is motion C, continuing support of Portsmouth Pride, proposed by Councillor George Fielding and seconded by Mary Vallely? George? Councillor Beaucher?
The same notice of motion.
Members?
Same notice of motion applies in so much it is notice of motion, point of order 41J.
Mr. Bolf.
I'm going to take exactly the same view as I just took of the previous motion, on the basis that there is an engagement of 41J, and I'm going to rule that one out as well. Thank you.
Members, City Solicitor has unfortunately ruled the motion out. Well, it's always unfortunate when we don't get to debate things, Peter. Is motion D, improving accessibility in Portsmouth taxis for disabled people, proposed by Councillor Charlotte Gerarda and seconded by Councillor Yinka Adeniran.
I formally propose the motion. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gerarda. Councillor Adeniran.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm officially seconded the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call upon the proposer, Councillor Charlotte Gerarda, to speak and present her motion.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. There's a famous quote used by the international disability movement, "Nothing about us without us." It simply means that when making decisions about accessibility or anything in relation to disabled people's lives, nothing should be done without consulting those who live with disabilities. Oh, yeah. Graham. Psst. Graham. You're getting told off by the Lord Mayor. That is because people with direct experience of living with a condition or disability will have the best understanding of the issues affecting them, and importantly, the solutions to make their local area, city and country more accessible. That's why when the newly formed Disability Advisory Group emailed all councillors about their launch, I jumped on the opportunity to meet with them to find out the biggest issues for them in Portsmouth. I wanted to do this on behalf of Labour councillors, and Stephen Morgan, Portsmouth South MP, reached out too. When Stephen and I met with the Disability Advisory Group, as you would have heard from their members who gave a deputation today, they explained that by far the biggest issue for them is getting around the city. And specifically, the accessibility of taxis is one of the main challenges they face on a day-to-day basis. Getting a taxi at any time of day can be difficult, but in particular, rush hour and school drop-off and pick-up times are the worst. And yet these are the times that many of us have to get to hospital appointments, get to work, or go shopping. I was horrified to hear stories of how it was impossible to book a taxi, so important hospital appointments were missed, or how some had managed to get where they needed to go to by taxi, but then couldn't secure a return ride, and so were stranded in the middle of nowhere, alone, and not near other forms of public transportation. Or how some were even refused by taxis, even though it was possible for them to be taken, as we've heard today, because of clear discrimination. In 2023, and in a city that prides itself on being inclusive, this is shocking and totally unacceptable. Here are just 3 stories shared with the Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group that illustrate the current challenges. Anne lives in Southsea and needed to attend her appointment at QA Hospital. A few days ahead, she booked a taxi that had wheelchair access. On the day, the taxi didn't arrive. When she phoned the taxi firm, she was told that none of their accessible taxis were available at the moment. So Anne had to phone the hospital and inform them that she couldn't make her appointment, and they had to reschedule her for quite a few weeks later. Jim lives in North End, and he has recently started to use a wheelchair as his health has declined. He used to regularly go out in the evening to live music venues where he had a good group of friends. Once he felt confident enough in using his wheelchair, he planned to go and see a band in the south of the city. When he phoned for a taxi, he was informed that none of their wheelchair-accessible vehicles were operating in the evening. He didn't feel confident using the buses, and he now talks of not going out in the evening anymore and seeing fewer friends. Vash has had mobility problems since her 20s. Her support dog, Dougie, has been with her for several years now. Vash has stopped trying to get taxis in the city because she was regularly told by taxi drivers that they will not take Dougie. These are just a few case study examples of what disabled people are experiencing on a daily basis in Portsmouth. We can and we should do better. Like able-bodied people, disabled people in Portsmouth want to be able to get taxis from A to B. Getting a taxi is sometimes the most convenient option. Sometimes it's not possible to get public transportation, depending on where you're starting at, where you have to go, and what time of day you're travelling. And we don't all own vehicles. In Portsmouth, there are 16,848 people who have a disability or long-term health condition that limits their day-to-day activities a lot, while another 23,088 people have a disability or long-term health condition that limits their day-to-day activities a little. That equates to 19% of people in Portsmouth who have some sort of disability or long-term health condition that meets the definition of disability under the 2010 Equality Act. That is a significant number of people who are currently finding it hard to get taxis around the city. Although there are taxis operating in the city that can accommodate wheelchairs and drivers who are willing to assist, they seem to be limited in supply. At present, only 49 Hackney carriages out of 96 are wheelchair-accessible vehicles, and 24 private hire vehicles out of 174 vehicles are wheelchair-accessible vehicles. So that's just 73 accessible vehicles in total across Portsmouth. Accessible taxis do not appear to be as easy to acquire during peak periods in particular, and as a consequence, disabled people, and wheelchair users in particular, are more disadvantaged than the rest of the city's population in their access to transport. Without doubt, there is a significant unmet demand in Portsmouth that needs addressing, and it's our duty as civic leaders to listen to disabled people's ideas and concerns and do our utmost to make Portsmouth as accessible as possible for all residents. That's why this motion is calling on the Licensing Committee to commission a review into the level and availability of wheelchair-accessible taxis in Portsmouth, with the aim to improve licensing policy to increase accessibility in taxis for disabled people. The motion also asks the Licensing Committee to explore and report upon how it can increase take-up of disability awareness training for taxi drivers in Portsmouth, and asks group leaders to attend a meeting with members of the Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group to find out more about accessibility issues. Lastly, the motion asks the leader to invite members of Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group to the Transport Liaison Group to improve collaboration between transport providers and disability representatives. My Lord Mayor, I hope the motion receives complete support from full council today to make strides in making Portsmouth a more accessible and equal city for all, including for disabled people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gerarda. Do we have any amendments for this motion? No? The matter is now before council for debate.
Sorry, apologies, Lord Mayor. I thought we'd submitted an amendment. Well, I'm sure I signed something. I did. Yeah. I'm doing well today.
Thank you, Councillor Fazakerley. Councillor Beaucher.
First he gets his he's and she's mixed up, and now it's the motions. He's serving that apprenticeship well. Lord Mayor, totally support the notice of motion that we've actually got before us today. I think it is eminently sensible and tried to do something. I would say from the outset, perhaps it's an old thing, that I wasn't fully intending to speak on this one, but rather just stick my hand up and vote in support. But actually, it was listening to the deputations, I thought, you know what, I've got to say something. In particular, it was to the experiences of Sharon Smithson that came here and gave what I thought was a very powerful deputation, certainly one of the more powerful ones I've heard in my time. And I think there are the comments that she made around make more money by doing other things chimed with me. And I will slightly change the direction a little bit, and you will understand why. Because certainly if I look at my ward, Drayton and Farlington, we have a high proportion of very elderly people, and we have a significant proportion of disabled people, certainly that rely on taxis, because on the hill slopes, the only accessible bus service that we have is the number 23, zips along Havant Road, goes down. So if you live on the hill slopes, you've got to get down into Drayton to catch a bus if you're going to, which puts a lot of elderly people off. So they rely on taxis. But you try and get a taxi in Drayton and Farlington because it's not economical for anybody to go that far out of the city. It is nigh on impossible to do that. And certainly, I'll give two recent examples. I was out with family. We were planning to go down to Gun Wharf, Drayton and Farlington, wanted to get a taxi, no taxis available. None available, any way, shape or form. Also, happened to be a family celebration at the Gaiety Bar, getting a taxi back to Drayton and Farlington. Now, the irony behind that is that we were stood with some friends that had to get back to Albert Road. Their taxi was 2 minutes away when they phoned. Ours, no taxi available because we wanted to go to Drayton and Farlington. Nobody wants to come that far out of the city. You multiply that with a disability, and there is a large swathe of people in Drayton and Farlington, and I would suggest Cossam and probably Paulsgrove as well, that are completely isolated when they actually want to get a taxi to get around the city. And fundamentally, there is something very wrong. Part of the problem I see, and yeah, I am being critical of my government, but then I'm always the first to criticise when I disagree with them, is the deregulation of the taxis. And we've heard it mentioned before, and I recollect that there was a notice of motion, I think from Councillor Magic a while back, about all these taxis coming in from Wolverhampton, which means that we've got no control over the sorts of vehicles they have, the standard of the vehicles, or indeed the drivers. So the licensing scenario of taxis in Portsmouth and probably other areas has become a little bit like the Wild West. And the victims in all of that are first and foremost the disabled people that we've actually heard from today, and secondly, some of the elderly that live in the outlying areas. From my perspective, totally happy with all the recommendations that we've got there. I think the licensing committee to commission a review. Indeed, I actually go back probably 2.5 years with the Tech Scrutiny Committee, and we were looking at public transport and its accessibility, albeit not quite from this perspective, but even then there was an accessibility issue that was actually brought forward. But certainly I think the licensing committee is probably the best place to do it, and it might well be that they want to take a view of a scrutiny panel model in engaging with various disability organisations. I would suggest that the Pompey pensioners might also be a good viewpoint there as well. I think we need to come back, the report needs to come back so we can have a good look at it. Group leaders to attend, totally agree with that, more than happy to do that. And invite them to the Transport Liaison Group. Well, I've sat on the Transport Liaison Group. It's fair to say it's an interesting group, I think is probably the best way I can describe it, but it would be very useful if they did have a seat at that particular table, particularly as there are representatives of the bus companies there and the licensed taxi trade there as well, so it would give them front-facing and the ability to interact. But for my part, totally support what's actually here down on the order paper. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. Next up, we have Councillor Russell Simpson. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't actually going to speak on this one, but the deputations were so passionate that I felt like I had to speak up. I want to really emphasise on the education element of it, about educating taxi drivers really about disabilities, but also those that do acquire licences out of the city in Wolverhampton, as Councillor Beaucher mentioned. So I'm hoping that once this goes through, that education can be right up there, and we need to go to the one taxi firm in Portsmouth and really make sure that they give this opportunity to the drivers to actually learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I think I'm going to draw up a fine system. So if you say things like, I wasn't going to speak on this, you have to pay money to the Lord Mayor's charity. Councillor Fazaka, Jason, you've already spoken on this.
I'm actually, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm loath to get up in case I make another terrible gaffe. I think I've done two already, so third time lucky. I think I'm stitched up. I'm not sure. Anyway, look. First of all, Councillor Beaucher made some really good points there. I stand up to respond to this, being the chair of the licensing committee, and in principle, I've nothing against looking at what we can do to improve conditions for those with disabilities. I think we'd all share the same view. However, in regards to the motion itself, it might be useful to give a bit more content on what the administration has been doing outside of this notice of motion. Certainly the leader, Councillor Pitt, has written to the Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group asking them how they feel that this can be taken forward. That the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation, Councillor Vernon Jackson, can meet with them and chair a working group that includes representatives from the PDAG, because we feel it should be the PDAG who decide how they would like to take it forward. It's they, not councillors, who are best to recognise, best placed to recognise the needs of the members that they represent. And whilst we licence taxis and drivers, we don't hire the drivers. PCC would need to establish and clarify what legal powers it actually has to say what private taxi firms and individual drivers are required to do. I mean, we're looking at the purchase, the operation of taxis and private hire vehicles that cater for wheelchair and disability access. Remember, these are private companies. They operate for profit. Unlike so many people and businesses at this current time, they too are struggling to make ends meet. And it may be a reality that they're simply unwilling or unable to bear the costs. However, I say that not as an excuse, simply as a reality. It's worth exploring. I've nothing against the principle, as I said at the beginning. We can see what PCC can legally do via review. This time, I honestly don't know what we can achieve. I only took over as licensing chair a couple of months ago, but I have spoken with the licensing manager and will continue to do so, naturally. So let's see what we can do. I'd be happy to join the working group that's going to be set up. I'll also speak to the taxi reps as well to seek their views and comments. We really need to know their view on it too, since we're looking at them to give the provision, and it might be useful to invite the taxi reps along to some of the meetings as well. So that's kind of about it. You know, I'm happy to do what I can to help out, but the reality as it stands at the moment, I simply don't know. And I hope that was a speak on the right motion. Thank you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and congratulations on getting through a speech without putting your foot in your mouth. Councillor Aaron.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm here to express my unwavering support for the motion to improve accessibility in Portsmouth taxi for disabled people. It is crucial that we address the existing barriers and strive towards a more inclusive and accommodating society for individuals with disabilities. Transportation plays a vital role in every person's life, enabling them to access education, employment, healthcare, and social opportunities. However, for disabled individuals, this basic aspect of life can become incredibly challenging due to the limited accessibility options available, particularly in taxi. By improving accessibility in Portsmouth taxi, we are not only uplifting the lives of disabled individuals, but also allowing a more equitable and empathetic community. Disabled people deserve the same opportunity and ease of transportation as anyone else. Accessible taxis are a critical step towards achieving this goal. Enhancing accessibility in taxi involves implementing measures such as wheelchair ramps, adequate space, and trained staff to assist those with disabilities. These modifications will enable disabled individuals to move freely and independently without facing barriers or relying solely on specialized transportation services. Furthermore, by prioritizing accessibility, we are sending a powerful message of support and respect to disabled individuals. It shows that we acknowledge their needs and rights, and that we are committed to removing societal barriers hindering their full participation. Accessible taxi not only benefits disabled people, but also the wider community. Families and friends of disabled individuals can enjoy peace of mind, knowing that their loved ones can safely and comfortably travel in taxis. It also encourages social integration, allowing disabled individuals to engage more actively in community life and reducing feelings of isolation. Making accessibility improvements in Portsmouth taxi is not just a compassionate act, it is also a legal and ethical responsibility. The Equality Act of 2010 acknowledges the right of disabled people to access public services, including transportation. We must align our actions with these legal obligations and fulfill the promises of inclusivity we have made. In conclusion, it is obligatory that we support the motion to improve accessibility in Portsmouth taxi for disabled people. By doing so, will create opportunities for independence, equality, and integration. Let us strive together to build a community where all individuals, regardless of their ability, can thrive and contribute. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yinka. Next up, we have Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, CBE.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Fazackley has spoken in his role as Chair of the Licensing Committee and as portfolio holder for transport. There are quite a large part of this that I will need to address. I'm quite happy with the motion, quite happy to support it. It seems very sensible. But I think there are very significant problems. When we were looking with the Clean Air Zone at what support we could give to owners of wheelchair accessible vehicles to be able to do the transition to ones that were compliant with the Clean Air Zone, the government office of Clean Air Mess or whatever they're called had a limit on the amount that taxis could be given for doing the transition. The cost of a new wheelchair accessible vehicle, a large one, because they're large and small, and the cost of the large ones is £60,000. And the amount from memory that the government allowed for the transition was 6,000. We pushed to have a minimum of 10,000, but the government refused to allow this, which I think was very regrettable. And that's been part of the problem, has been that the government have been not prepared to support that transition to newer vehicles. And what drivers have told me is that lots of them have done the transition, instead of having a large wheelchair accessible vehicle, is to having a small wheelchair accessible vehicle. And that works for some people, but not for everybody. It doesn't work for people, for instance, with motorised wheelchairs and things like that. And also other people, if you've got 2 double buggies and you're going back from the shops, one small wheelchair accessible vehicle is probably not big enough. So I think there's work that we can do. I think there is work that we will be able to do looking from the transport portfolio in terms of what officers called demand something, just demand responsive transport, and what real people call dial-a-ride. And going back to having a service where people are able to access something, where they're able to do that, and making sure that's wheelchair accessible. I think the big problem is that the system of licensing we have is a 19th century system trying to work out a 21st century problem. We know that increasing numbers of taxis are choosing to license in Wolverhampton because their standards are lower than ours. For instance, we insist on both private hire and in taxis that people have CCTV, that taxi drivers have CCTV, not only to protect them, but to protect passengers as well. A Wolverhampton registered van doesn't have to have that. So you must remember, if you're getting into one of those, you put yourselves at more risk than if you're in a Portsmouth licensed one. So unfortunately, the government, under all colours, has decided to keep the existing licensing system, and hopefully a new government will take a more proactive approach. I'm sure there are ways in which we can make some changes, but I have a real fear that in the long term, if the current licensing system continues, that councils will try to undercut each other, and that all of us will end up in a worse position for people with disabilities and for passenger safety than if the government actually get their act together and produce something that was that was fit for the 21st century. In 19th century, when the law was done, maybe taxis didn't go from Wolverhampton to Portsmouth, but we're now in the 21st century and they do, and we just need to learn. So I'm very happy to support, very happy to work with, very happy to do what we can. But within the realms of what is legally possible, but I'm sure there is ways we can make things better.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Pitt.
Yes, thanks, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to provide a bit of clarity around things that members may find helpful. So there used to be a relationship between the PDF which was the Portsmouth Disability Forum previously on transport issues. PDF's ceased, this new group's taken over, which is very welcome and chaired by Laura Collinson, who I've sat with on the discussion forum around the sea defences for a long time, and she's a very effective voice for her community. So it seems to me that there's been some kind of discussion about how this new group should pick things up and move forward and how we might do that. I'm very keen not to reinvent the wheel from scratch and drop things that have long worked in terms of relationships. So I passed on the concerns of the group, the letter that was sent to group leaders, to the officers, and I got back a reply which I have already shared with the chair, to say I very much welcome the opportunity to engage with the Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group. PCC Equalities and Diversity Officer Carolina is a member of the Transport Liaison Group, and this role previously acted as a conduit with the then Portsmouth Disability Forum. We can continue with this approach or with the Cabinet Member for Transport's approval, which Gerald's already indicated he would give, grant membership to the TLG, Transport Liaison Group, to the Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group. Having spoken to Carolina, we do feel, however, that it might be more beneficial for both parties if we had specific meetings to discuss our projects and any concerns the group has in more detailed one-to-one discussions. These could be set up bespoke, or PCC officers could attend a pre-existing Portsmouth Disability Advisory Group meeting either regularly or ad hoc. We've also spoken to Nikki Humphreys, who has confirmed that she would be happy to attend any meetings. In regards to the motion put forward by Councillor Gerarda, it makes a recommendation to the Licensing Committee that we review the current restriction on Hackney carriage vehicle numbers, which would then be a decision for the Licensing Committee. So I've sent all that on to Laura and asked for her opinion. I've stated that we very much want this to be what they want rather than what we say they should have. I think that's the fundamentals of what we're talking here around EDI. So rather than, we're not proposing an amendment for the notice of motion, but my sentiments are go and talk to the community, get their feedback, and that's what I've asked for. So we'll do what they want us to do. The only thing I disagree with is suggesting that group leaders are the best people to sit down and try and sort this out. I am not a transport expert and have no specific knowledge around many of the things involved with it, whereas I know that Councillor Beaucher is, and he may want to sit on such a group. But it's important that the right people are there. So I've spoken to Councillor Vernon Jackson. He's agreed to chair such a group if the community want it, and that transport spokespeople are invited to be on it so that we get best value from it. So I hope that's all helpful. That's what we're trying to put in place. We'll work with you, but it's really important to me very specifically and to this administration that what we're doing is what the community tell us that they want us to do.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. I have no one else indicating to speak, so I'll ask Councillor Gerarda to sum up.
Hello? Thank you. I feel like you're trying to just trip me up today, aren't you, Lord Mayor? Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to all my councillor colleagues for the comments that you've made. There's some very good points that have been raised, and I'll just come back on a few of them. I also obviously want to thank Lee, John and Sharon for giving those really powerful public deputations earlier. I think, I don't know about others, but I sort of had shivers down my spine with the things that they were describing that happened to them, given the scenarios that they're facing, which is just horrible, frankly. There's no other way to describe it. So I thank them very much for coming here today and for giving such an honest account of the challenges they're facing. I think the point of the review is, the suggested review in the resolves of the motion is just essentially about starting a conversation about how to tackle these issues. And I completely understand that there are a lot of reasons why we are in the situation that we're in, and some of them, as others have rightly pointed out, are not to do with individual taxi drivers themselves. I have spoken to a taxi representative before today's full council about it, and he also explained that the sheer cost of the vehicles and is just a huge barrier for a lot of people, which we completely understand. But there does need to be a starting point of a conversation to talk about the issues and to see if we can find some solutions. And there are also just some things that are not acceptable that are happening right now that Sharon described and Councillor Beaucher referred to, with some taxi drivers making comment that we're not going to take you because basically we can't be bothered to get the ramp out and it takes too long. That isn't okay, and that's against the law. So there are other things that we can do, in particular around training, as Councillor Simpson pointed out, that absolutely could help to at least make taxi access a bit more open and accessible for disabled people. So yeah, that would be really important. And completely accept also there are quite a few issues of national licensing as well that need to be addressed, that we're beholden to, that we don't have much control over. But I really, really want to thank and put my thanks on record to the Disability Advisory Group. They are doing a fantastic job since they've established themselves at the beginning of this year. In terms of championing ideas and concerns of disabled people in Portsmouth. They helped a lot with the motion, and the ideas, the resolve came from them. So I just want to really thank them for everything they're doing for disabled people in Portsmouth. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Charlotte Gerrard. Councillor Gerrard. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? That motion is carried. Members, before we move on to the next one, we've been here for 2.5 hours and I am slowly cooking under this robe. I'm about medium well at the moment. It's like, my sweat's just soaking into this cushion. But so should we take 10, 15? We'll come back at 1:45. So we'll be back here for 16:45. Thank you. Members, please be seated. Moving on to motion E. Is motion E, Armed Forces and the Cost of Living Crisis, proposed by Councillor Yinka Adinaran and seconded by Councillor George Fielding? Yinka.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Officially proposed the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adinaran. Councillor Fielding.
Formally seconded and reserve my right to speak.
I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Adinaran, to present and speak to her motion. Yinka.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Esteemed members of the Portsmouth City Council, I stand before you today to emphasize the critical importance of supporting the armed forces community in our city during the ongoing cost of living crisis. As representatives of our city, it is our duty to ensure the well-being and welfare of those who selflessly serve our country. Portsmouth's rich naval history is deeply intertwined with our community, and a significant portion of our population comprises services personnel and veterans. However, our armed forces have faced challenges due to the cost of living crisis aggravated by the actions of the Conservative government. Over the past decade, they have endured real-time pay cuts, making it even more difficult to cope with the rising cost of living. The delay in this year's Armed Forces pay award has pushed some service personnel to seek assistance from food banks. Meanwhile, forces charities and regimental associations continue to provide cost of living grants and food vouchers to support veterans and their families. The men and women who serve in the armed forces make tremendous sacrifices to protect our country and its citizens. It is our duty to express our gratitude and support for their dedicated service by standing with them during time of financial hardship. By doing so, the City Council demonstrates its commitment to recognizing and honoring their sacrifices. With this consideration in mind, I propose the following resolution. 1. Urgent timely action on armed forces pay. We acknowledge the Prime Minister's recent announcement to accept the recommendation of a 5% pay rise, along with a consolidated £1,000 increase for 2024-2025. However, we strongly urge for the prompt implementation of this raise. Therefore, we are persistently urging the leader of the council to correspond with the Secretary of State. 2. Providing financial support to service personnel. We must also call upon the government to provide additional financial support to our service personnel by implementing a cap on food and accommodation charges for the next 12 months. This measure will alleviate some of the financial burden caused by the cost of living crisis and ensure that our armed forces have the means to support themselves and their families. 3. Acknowledging and collaborating with local forces charities and food banks. We should express our gratitude to Portsmouth-based food banks and local forces charities for their unwavering support of our armed forces personnel and veterans. Moreover, we should establish stronger collaboration with these organizations, ensuring they have access to the necessary information to provide additional support to our service personnel. By working together, we can enhance the assistance available to the armed forces community. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Yinka. Are there any amendments for this motion? The matter is now before Council for debate. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Very happy to support this as Armed Forces champion in the city. I think since this was submitted, things have moved on, and I think it's right that we recognise that on June the 13th this year, the government announced a 5% pay rise for members of the armed forces, and particularly welcome that there will be a £2,000 pay rise for the people on the lowest salary within the forces, so that the starting salary would then be £23,500 a year, which can I point out is significantly more than a cabinet member on Portsmouth City Council. Well, yeah, but your Lord Mayor, you have lots of other jobs and salaries, so we have no sympathy. So, Lord Mayor, I think this is right. Inevitably, there's little point in writing to asking for something to be announced that has been announced, but that's one of the issues of how motions happen here. I'm sure we're right to write to food banks to say thank you. I think it is tough for some families who are trying to live on that amount of money. Rents are high for people, but I think what we need to be thinking about is we need to be trying to support everybody on low incomes and families who are having particular problems. The armed forces are a particular group, and they're in some ways they don't have a voice, which other people do, and therefore maybe will have to be their voice. And we have to make sure that we do support them, both people who are in the services, their families, but also when they come out the other end, because so many people, when they come out of the forces, are so deeply damaged that they find life very difficult carrying on afterwards. So very happy to support this, and I'm sure the City Council will continue to do whatever we can to make sure that we support the armed forces. I think it is one of the things that we're all very proud of, that we remain, as a City Council, a gold Armed Forces Covenant employer, and we will continue to do everything we can to make sure that we are supporting the Armed Forces in the home of the Royal Navy, but also the other forces as well.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Next to indicate to speak, I have Councillor Matthew Atkins. Councillor Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion, and I think the main reason is probably the statement we should condemn in the strongest terms the Conservative government's neglect of our service personnel, which frankly was not true when this motion was written, and became even more untrue on the day, ironically, it was published to the public, which was the day the government agreed the pay award that my colleague Councillor Jackson has already referred to, of 5% plus consolidated rises of £1,000-2,000 plus freezing of rent, freezing of food charges. And so there was, on the day that this came out, the government resolved any issue that might have been outstanding from the delayed pay award. Clearly, it's not ideal that was delayed, but I think we can all see the situation the country is in. We are in a difficult financial position, and there were very many pay awards to be resolved, and they were resolved around that time in terms of public sector pay and other pay like police and fire as well. So the resolution was always in the pipeline, and certainly does not constitute neglect of our service personnel. And certainly through the life of this government, I think it is unfair to accuse them of neglect of service personnel. The government had already announced first that we were increasing defence funding to 3% of GDP, and followed that with an announcement in the May budget this year that 33 million pounds extra was being given to veterans charities, particularly in the area of veterans housing and veterans mental health. And in his resignation comments, well, not resignation as of yet, but his proposed resignation comments this week, Ben Wallace discussed how the government has put an extra £2.5 billion of spending into defence. Much of that therefore has gone through to our service personnel, not only in their pay but in the level of equipment they've had and the quality of service that they act in. I think it's somewhat unreasonable of the Labour group to bring forward a motion like this when it was in fact the Labour government that sent troops without the correct equipment into Iraq and Afghanistan. It's been the Labour Party that throughout this government have imposed increases in defence spending. It's been the Labour government that have opposed bills to protect our veterans from vexatious lawsuits and prosecutions. The Labour Party. And it's the Labour Party which have been described at times as a threat to the morale and the military capabilities of the armed forces of this country. For them to bring forward a motion like this, I think is hypocritical in the extreme, whereas it has been a priority of the Conservative government, even in difficult financial times, to spend the correct amount of money on defence. It was our government that chose to fund Trident. It was our government that chose to fund 2 aircraft carriers when there were many calls to reduce it down to 1, which has directly benefited this city. It's the Conservative government that has protected armed forces funding throughout the past 2 decades, frankly. And it's the Labour government that has not been there for, Labour Party has not been there for our armed forces. So I think that this motion was untrue on the day it was written. It became particularly out of date and irrelevant on the day it was published. And so I will not be supporting its unfair condemnation of a government that I think has worked very hard to support veterans and support our armed forces and provide the necessary funding. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Next to speak, we have Councillor Leonie Oliver.
This is my first one. Thanks.
Wait for it.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to stay calm, actually, because Councillor Atkins' rant there did rile some bits, because I believe it was your government that, you know, subsequently, his government, sorry, Lord Mayor, that subsequently kind of erupted the Falklands. But let's move on. My thing was to just state that, yes, they did get their pay rise or increment. However, it was 5%, which is the lowest of all of the public sectors. They are also the only people, Lord Mayor, who don't have a union and therefore don't have a voice. So, yes, well done for the increment. However, it's pretty shocking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver, and congratulations on your maiden speech in this chamber. Councillor George Fielding, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just to add further to the debate, as has been mentioned, clearly things have moved on slightly since this notice of motion was submitted. We again acknowledge that this government has finally given in to the demands and released the Armed Forces Pay Review Board report, and have also agreed a pay rise of 5%, as has already been said, across the armed forces. But when is this going to actually be implemented? Whilst this is, of course, welcomed, it's come far too late in the day and doesn't stop the issue of serving military personnel and veterans having to resort to the use of food banks to help feed themselves and their families. It's therefore not possible to say when this latest announcement will have the impact it needs most urgently. I also anticipated that our Tory colleagues would be standing to attack the motion and herald in the great work of the Tory government. I say again that this is too late to really have the desired effect for the most needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I have no one else indicating, so can I please ask for the proposer, Councillor Adeniran, to sum up?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for your great contribution. And Councillor Atkins. So this is not about party now, to be honest. It's not about being conservative. It's not about being Labour. Let's leave party political. Let it leave aside. We are all elected by these residents and to do something about their situation. And that is why I'm here to do that. So it's not about Labour Party or about something. Anyway, in summary, these resolutions not only amplify our commitment to addressing the challenges faced by our service personnel, but also demonstrate our unwavering support for their well-being and livelihoods. Let us join forces to ensure that those who sacrifice so much for our country are treated with dignity and respect they deserve. By taking decisive action and advocating for change, we can make a meaningful impact in improving the lives of the armed forces community in Portsmouth during this cost of living crisis. And that is what we are asking for. Thank you. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Yinka. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour? And against? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Members, we move on to our last motion. Motion F. Is Motion F unauthorised encampments proposed by Councillor Ryan Brent and seconded by Councillor Matthew Atkins?
Formally proposed, Lord Mayor.
Formally seconded. I reserve my right to speak, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Ryan Brent, to present and speak to his motion. Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't anticipate on talking for a very long time. I think I've got a reputation, I'd like to think, for sensible notice of motions with factual sort of goal with the outcomes. There's just a couple of things I'd like to pull out. And I think it's just a few of the sentences. So it's imperative that local authorities are taking the necessary steps and preventative measures to protect taxpayers' money. That's what arguably this notice of motion is about. I think if we look at what the actions are, a cross-party working group asking for the leader of council to write to neighbouring authorities with PCC-owned land for a more collaborative action to identify solutions to this issue. And I think really the goal of a report to come back is so we understand the impact that these events have on the council taxpayer. I've got nothing more to add. I presume there'll be an amendment coming to this because the amendment hasn't come yet. And this is the last notice of motion. To be honest, I look forward to the debate and we'll see where we are.
Thank you, Councillor Brent. Are there any amendments to this motion? Councillor Hugh Mason.
Here's an amendment standing in my name, and I believe it is to be seconded by Councillor Fazakerley.
Councillor Fazakerley.
I thought that was motion G I was seconding. Oh, there isn't one.
Do you formally second this amendment?
With fingers crossed, I believe I do. Thank you. Yes.
Are there any other amendments? Well, I have one here.
Sorry.
Councillor Fielding.
Yeah, amendment in my name, formally.
Councillor Shah, do you formally second that amendment?
Yes, I do second it. Thank you.
Councillor Mason, Councillor Fielding, are you happy for your amendments to be circulated?
Certainly, my Lord Mayor. Can I have a copy of it myself?
Yes.
Do you wish to wait till it's circulated, Councillor Mason, or just to speak now?
Mayor, I will speak while it's being circulated. My Lord Mayor, I want to speak to the motion, which I think is a good motion, and to introduce an amendment which I think puts it into a context. So it is a timely motion, my Lord Mayor, but incomplete. It is timely because the number of travellers' caravans is growing by about 4% every year and has been for many, many years. So this is not a problem which is going to go away. In this motion, I welcome the recognition that travelling people have rights. And I would not wish to suggest that they do not have rights. But there is a problem, which is that their unauthorised camping on our land produces direct and indirect costs to this city. It directly costs us money in the cleaning up after they have left, because they usually leave in a hurry and leave stuff behind, some of it less than pleasant. Thank you. There is also a very substantial cost in getting them off of our land, because we have to go to the courts and get an order to get them removed. And these are direct costs. But there are also indirect costs to the city. The indirect costs when they camp on the D-Day Museum car park, that people are dissuaded from coming to Portsmouth, coming to the D-Day Museum, coming and spending their money in our city. There's the indirect costs when they park on King George V car park, King George V playing fields in, is it Cosham or Cosham? I do not know, but it is one or the other of them. I trust you'll forgive me if I get it wrong. I call it Cosham. Anyway, there is an indirect cost there. Now, the rational recommendation of governments of all parties would be that we produce authorised sites. But in this very densely packed city, we have no opportunity to produce sites. We can't do it. It would just not be a sensible use of our limited land. And so this motion deals with a very real problem which we have. It proposes sensible things. That data be found, that the Cabinet can consider, that we work with other local authorities. These are all very sensible things. But I think we need to enlarge that somewhat, and I think that we will look at that as Cabinet in the context of trying to understand why people come to Portsmouth, why they bring their vans to settle on our land for as long as we will allow them to, or as long as it takes to get them off. We need to have a look at what the situation is in the whole. And now we come to the amendment, because the amendment is actually trying to put this into a wider context. Because one of the problems which we have is that we have to go through an exceedingly lengthy process, normally to get people off of our land. Now, private landowners do not have to do this. Public landowners do. We don't have that same power to remove illegal encampments. Heavens above. It's what comes of dealing with other things. Illegal encampments, as do private landowners, and thus the illegal encampments are there for longer, they produce more waste, they produce more cost to us. And I think it is right that we should regret that the Police Criminal Sentencing and Courts Act of 2022, which did quite a number of very good things, did not allow local councils the same power to remove illegal encampments as it allows private landowners. So the amendment then seeks to complete the scope of this motion. I would commend the amendment and also suggest that this fills out and completes what is a very useful motion for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I think you should leave the slips of the tongue to Councillor Fazakerley in future. Oh, just to settle the debate, King George V playing field is in North Harbour. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Our amendment just tries to take a little bit of the heat out of the notice of motion. I mean, it's generally, we acknowledge it. We don't want to be seen as though the council is condemning the actions of people who have chosen a way of life that isn't compatible with the existing parameters of the city. But what we believe is that where possible, we want to work with neighbouring authorities. I know the notice of motion talks to right to all authorities, but we want to work in partnership with neighbouring authorities and Hampshire County Council to ensure that some form of authorised encampment is found so that we don't have the ongoing situation of unauthorised encampments happening within the city. So that's all our notice of motion, all our amendment does, and hopefully the proposer will consider that and possibly take it into consideration when summing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I had no one, and then it all lit up. Councillor Hunt.
I'm sorry about this. I said to our group that, I wouldn't say much other than one that, but when I was on, a couple of years back, I was on the Travellers, the Hampshire Wide Travellers group. So there is a group there already. So I don't want us to be reinventing the wheel, but I don't know if Democratic Services, if you're aware, is that group still ongoing? Because it had councillors there from Test Valley, from the Isle of Wight, from Andover, and so on. So I presume it's still there and it's looking at this issue. And when we were on it, as Councillor Mason said, there's no real land we can use in Portsmouth. We were looking at our neighbours and they didn't want to do it anyway. And nobody wanted to do it. So really, it's how do you square the circle? The police will tell you that they won't move people. They would move people. They would move the unauthorised encampments on if they had somewhere to send them to, an authorised encampment. But that's not happening, and we go round and round and round and round, and nobody really seems to want to grasp the issue. Certainly not when I was there. And we had one of the councillors as well informed. And to answer your question, Councillor Mason, my understanding, because he was from the Traveller Heritage, that he said the reason that these guys and girls come here in the summer, they come here on holiday. They simply come down here to have a holiday. That's why they come here. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's why they come here. But the ones recently certainly did cause a lot of problems and left a lot of mess. But the other thing I would say too is when they do come here, that our community services, wardens, the community safety people, and the people who do the bins and so on, they do work collaboratively with the unauthorised encampments to make sure that they take their rubbish away and they pick the bins up and they have arrangements and so they try to reduce the impact on the local environment. But they do sometimes do things which we wouldn't wish them to do. But the point is there is a forum, I believe, in existence already. So we're kind of reinventing the wheel with all of these notices of motion, quite frankly, because the mechanism, if it's still there, is in place to do the things that all the notices of motion are talking about today.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Next up, we have Councillor Steve Pitt. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be very brief. I welcome the amendment that removes the word condemnation. That's an oversight on our part that we should have actually addressed, in my view. It's not appropriate, and I welcome the fact that that's there. However, there was something that was puzzling me about today's council agenda, and I've now really realised what it is. Why are we so concerned about the land in other areas? And I mean, obviously, implicitly, I assumed that we were talking about Havant, since Portsmouth City Council's a large Land Rover up there. Then I remembered, Lord Mayor, Councillor Ryan Brent's also a councillor in Havant. So we're now doing a bit of casework for the Havant councillors over in Portsmouth at the same time, Ryan. So thanks for bringing it over. So I can update you on what's going on with the other hat that you wear over there in Havant, and that is, Lord Mayor, I'm sure you'll just be as fascinated as Councillor Brent will be. And that's to say that I've been working with Councillor Alex Rennie, who's the leader of Havant Council, and there has been a long-standing issue with Stockheath Common and unauthorised encampments gaining access. I'm pleased to report that the officers in Councillor Sanders' portfolio and also our buildings team have a full plan in place to implement. We're just going through haven't have decided, as is their right, that the application requires planning consent, so it needs to go through that process. They have advised Portsmouth City Council on the process around that application. The Council is now responding. The work is in place and ready to go and fully costed. So that should mitigate the impact on Councillor Ryan Brent's other council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Pitt. Next to speak, I have Councillor Simon Beaucher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just looking at the two amendments, I think the one in the name of Councillor Hugh Mason, eminently sensible for my, and it's obviously it's not my decision, it's Councillor Brent's, but I'd be quite happy to support that. The one in the name of Councillor Fielding, there is a reason why we've condemned it, and you sort of have to be in Drayton and Farlington to understand it, Councillor Fielding. In June 2022, there was a traveller encampment which I believe started on Southsea Common. I think they were the ones that removed some of the boulders to get into Southsea Common, and then they were moved on. They actually didn't leave Portsmouth. They went all the way up through the middle of the city, squeezed their way up Drayton Lane and got onto the lower hill slopes behind what is known as the Welsh Estate. So they were in that lower hill slopes there. They cut down a large number of dragon's teeth to actually get in there. I had numerous messages. I actually went up there and I liaised with the police. I happened to be on my mobile phone speaking to a senior officer at the council, because this was outside of council officers' time, finding out what could actually be done. But I was seen on my phone and they made assumptions. I had dogs set on me, I was chased, I was threatened, there were dog walkers up there who are having their dogs set on. They'd only been there 10 minutes, 15 minutes. There were quad bikes screaming all over the top of the hill. It was complete and utter misery, to the fact that I and some colleagues were going all the way down the Welsh roads, asking and imploring people to keep their doors shut, and intercepting dog walkers to say, "Are you going up on the hill?" "Yeah." "No, you're not," because that's it. That was the sort of thing that we had to put up with. It was unbelievably bad, threatening, and the police, I won't use the language that the police use, but a credit to them and to the officers that we managed to actually get them moved on in the space of 2 hours. As a Facebook post, there were over 100 comments of people there fearful. I will also now roll back to 2003, which I appreciate is before your time, but it was the last time we probably, not that we've had interim camps up there, but the last time we had a major one. Again, I was contacted by some residents in Drayton because we had travellers that were going up the London Road and had found a route into the lower hill slopes behind Chalk Ridge, opposite Cliffdale Gardens, for those that are familiar with the area. I parked my car, and this is where I sort of come in line with what Councillor Mason has said. I went up there and parked my car across the access and was threatened and caused a traffic jam down the London Road. But when the police turned up, because there were 3 caravans on there, I was told I was causing an obstruction, and I was threatened with arrest unless I moved my vehicles to allow all of them on there. 30 plus caravans that were there. They held a wedding there. The properties that backed onto those hill slopes had bags of excrement thrown over their fences into their back gardens, and somebody's dog was stolen at the same time, forcibly, while they were actually walking it. So the experience of my ward and what we have from the travellers' experience, and that particular instance back in 2003 cost over £20,000 for clear-up. And that wasn't the residents having to clear excrement out of their back gardens and all other bags of rubbish that actually went with it. We eventually managed to get some funding to get something which actually came out of Drayton and Farlington SIL at the time to actually reinforce that rather than the City Council. So you have to look at it from the perspective of personal experiences. My personal experience of being threatened and having dogs put on me because I was standing up for my residents totally buys in to condemns. I'm not going to sit here and acknowledge the fact that I had 2 pit bulls sent chasing me off across the hill slope because I happened to be on my mobile phone. So I can't accept what you've put there, but I'm quite happy with what Councillor Mason has put.
Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My heart sinks every time I hear discussion on the news or by politicians, whether they be local or national, of issues, supposed issues, with regards to Gypsy, Romany and traveller communities. Because the debates always play out like this. Classic examples of reaction and prejudice. If we took some of the quotes that we've heard in this room today and swapped out the words Gypsy, Romany and traveller and put in Muslim, Irish, foreign, they would be completely unacceptable, but for some reason this is the last socially acceptable prejudice where you can take one community, treat them as a homogenous block and then blame them for every single wrong you associate with individual members of that community in years gone by. I take real issue with the debate has been something else, but also the framing of the motion, because it frames the Gypsy, Romany and traveller communities as a problem that need to be addressed. It's dehumanising. It's treating people, as I said, as a homogenous block, not as a selection of individuals, not as a community that's got a diversity within it, and lots of different perspectives and opinions. I think we do need to ask what this council's policy is towards Gypsy, Romany and traveller communities, but not in this reactionary way. Instead, we should be asking what can we do to try and address the needs of the community without stoking division and hatred. Instead of building walls, why are we not looking at taking positive solutions such as authorised stopping sites? The local authority has a duty to assess and then take steps to meet the accommodation needs of all communities, and that specifically includes transient Gypsy, Romany and traveller peoples. In fact, the draft local plan that may not come to fruition at some point further down the line attempts to do that. It's got quite an interesting section on this. It says that there's been a review which includes historical data, engagement with key stakeholders, neighbouring authorities and fieldwork within the city, and the outcome of that review was that there have been no visits by Gypsy and Romany traveller communities to Portsmouth, and therefore there is no need for any authorised stopping sites to be considered. Now, I attended Cabinet in July 2021 in this very room to point out that that was clearly nonsense and needed to be reviewed. Now, I don't know if that has been reviewed. Perhaps the Cabinet can update us, but clearly it needs to be, because clearly that is wrong. And, I mean, is this a convenient error? Because if you say there's no demand under that process where you're assessing whether there's a need, if you say there isn't a need, you don't then need to take steps to meet it. However, if you accept that clearly there is a need, people have talked about regular visits by these communities to Portsmouth, clearly there is a potential need for stopping sites, therefore we need to do a proper assessment of whether the local authority can meet those needs. Now, I know people have talked about where's the land, but where's the formal assessment of appropriate stopping sites? I've never seen it. I've asked for it repeatedly. I was told in July 2021, okay, we're going to go back and review the data because that doesn't sound right. I've not seen that being corrected, but maybe it has been corrected in some recent drafts that have not yet been made public, so it'd be interesting to hear that from the Cabinet. Clearly, support of the Labour amendment, which sounds very familiar, and I'm very happy to work collaboratively with colleagues across the room on issues all the time. But I'll just ask people to take a step back, and maybe next time we're having this debate, whether it's down the pub, whether it's in your community, whether it's on the doorstep, take a step back and say, this sentence that's about to come out of my mouth, if I were to substitute out the word Gypsy, Romany and traveller, or whatever words you may use, and put in Muslim, foreign, French, Irish, wherever it may be, some other kind of ethnic or religious community, would that be acceptable? Would that be something I say? If the answer is no, then I think you need to start having to think about the way in which we talk about these issues and start thinking more positively about what we can do to address them in a proactive manner, rather than these reactionary approaches of let's build walls, let's put logs down, let's put boulders down to try and stop people coming onto our land.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Next to speak, we have Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Thanks, my Lord Mayor. We do talk about this on a regular basis, and we have looked at this time and time again. I think we're clear, and the notice of motion is clear in its title. This is about unauthorised encampments. This is not about the traveller community. This is about unauthorised encampments by anybody. This is about a behaviour, not about a group of people. And I think we have to be very, very careful in what we're talking about to make sure that we are absolutely clear that this is about a behaviour and an illegal behaviour. So I think the notice of motion is fine. I think probably both amendments help. The amendment I put down, helped write and put down, came from a briefing from Donna Jones, because I know that she'd been talking to Hampshire MPs who had felt that the legislation that they passed last year was going to solve the whole problem. And Donna had to say to them, actually, it solved absolutely nothing. You've done precisely nothing to make the situation any better. Because if people go for an illegal encampment, and it's the behaviour we're talking about, not about the group of people, onto private land, they are able to be removed very easily. Unfortunately, the government took the view that land that the public have access to was less important to protect from illegal encampments than land that was owned privately. Now that means that the government's decided that it's fine for people to be parking on the common, racing around on it, putting people's lives at risk and their pets, because they didn't think it was important to protect the public land. And I think that's a real problem and a real mistake. I absolutely hear Councillor Corkery's concern about finding a stopping place. And the problem we've had, and I've looked at this for 20 years, is where? And if we have money to do that, then that is money that we will remove from the budget for building affordable homes for local families. And we have to make, all the time in this council, decisions about what's the most important. I think the idea of talking to other people across Hampshire is good, and if we're able to find somewhere across the whole of Hampshire that is a place for people to be able to go and camp, great. That might well help protect the land, because it would mean that police could use powers to remove people quicker than is currently the case. But I think we have to be very clear that the illegal encampment on land that is public denies that land to other people. It means that council taxpayers' money has to be used to clear up, and that means that money is not available to spend on other public services, and that is not right. It should not happen, and anything that we can do to try to make sure that the law is obeyed should happen.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. Next indicating to speak is Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think I'll start by clarifying a couple of things as the seconder of this motion. First of all, I echo what Councillor Vernon-Jackson has just said, that this isn't about an attack on a particular group of people. It is about behaviours which are antisocial and which are, an infringement of other people's land rights. I mean, one of the things I want to do in my time was pay tribute to the City Council's officers and the administration and the local police for actually how quickly they respond to events like this. Often the welfare officers from the council have visited the same day the equipment has arrived, and if there is an event on that weekend, as there was in Cosham with the bandstand event, or down in Southsea earlier this month, then the police are also good at using their powers to move on that encampment to make sure that the event can take place. Because Portsmouth City Council makes use of its land for public events, for sports, for amenity, and there isn't free land in Portsmouth City Council area for these kind of encampments. So I actually think that the City Council does quite a good job, and the local police do a good job of moving these encampments on before they become disruptive. I think there are some things that the recent legislation the government did added useful powers. It's easier to move on in an encampment that is larger, which is why we see more smaller ones at the moment, rather than the sort of 30 caravans Councillor Beaucher was talking about in the early 2000s. And certainly the police have these extended powers, especially where there's antisocial behaviour or disruption to a local event, like the bandstand event, to move on the encampment much more quickly. And I am quite happy with the Liberal Democrat amendment from Councillor Mason and Councillor Fazackley that, yes, there would be some sense if the council had these powers, if it uses them responsibly, because, you know, at the moment we're usually pursuing twin lines of the eviction process, both the council and the police at the same time, and it might well save police time if the council could pursue some of that on its own. So I don't object to the suggestion that there are some tweaks and improvements that could be made to that legislation at all. But I do want to challenge the suggestion that this is about a particular group of people. I do recognise that when we are talking about this issue, we are sometimes talking about perhaps a predominantly ethnic group, a marginalised group, the Irish travelling community or the Romani travelling community. And there are places where they make a really good contribution to their community and engage really well. Before I moved to Portsmouth, I lived in the Lancaster area, and in Morecambe there's a very large travelling community, and Tyson Fury is famously associated there with there, often goes on jogs on Morecambe Prom. They are more settled, and some wish to still live the travelling lifestyle, but I would make the point that I do still condemn people who turn up on people's land without permission, that isn't their land, when they haven't paid, when they've been given no permission to do it, and then cause damage or cause antisocial behaviour. It isn't right to do that. If you want to go on a holiday, most people, when they want to go on a holiday with a caravan, they go to a campsite. They go to a site that is specifically set up for that. That is the correct way to do that. It's similar, as Councillor Shah mentioned earlier, to the motorbikers in Caution. I've been on the radio this morning saying I don't object to motorbikers in general, but I do object when they're driving round and round the Lakeside and Portsbridge roundabout too fast and breaking road traffic law. So it's the breaking of the law this is aimed at. And it's also aimed at, I think, an information gathering process. I recognise what Councillor Hunt says, that there may be some duplication of work here, but I think the key parts of this motion for me, and I am a Cosham councillor, I'm a Portsmouth councillor only, this is about Portsmouth City Council to me, its land, its data, and not about haven't. I'm seconding this motion as a Portsmouth City Councillor because it's important to my residents and the people of Portsmouth that we ensure that our land is secure, that we're doing our part to make sure that it's, you know, we have the best, most modern technology, the best methods for deterring unauthorised encampments, so we are not wasting police time, we're not wasting council money on clear-up, and also that we have good data in this area. And I'm sure where that is repetitive of things we are already doing, the administration can work to, you know, weed that out or make that efficient in their actual implementation or decision making. So I think this is a relevant and important motion for Portsmouth City Council residents. That's why I'm seconding it. It's not aimed at an attack on a particular group of people, but a behaviour which is illegal, antisocial and costly to this council. I therefore will be supporting the motion, and I'm happy with the Liberal Democrat amendment. I do feel that the Labour amendment strays into a distracting area, and also I don't like asking other local authorities to do things that we don't actually have the obligation to do ourselves, because actually Portsmouth City Council, due to the fact that in our local plan we don't have any spare land for this, we don't have an obligation to find other local places to house them within our district, because we don't have any available land. It is down to those councils to pursue that, but I don't think that's a useful addition to our motion today, which is about what we can do as a council to focus on our land and encampments in our area. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Next to speak, we have Councillor Graham Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was asked to make a comment on one of the whole nine colleagues, just to pick up a point, really, because I had a look at the DCLG website at the weekend just to see
what the current situation is. And the DCLG website has a section about miscellaneous legislation. It says the law no longer requires local authorities to provide sites for travellers. Now that legislation was changed a while ago, but not that long ago. So the government has taken away the responsibility of authorities to do something on that. I think that's an important point to remember, because interestingly, when I was thinking about that and thinking about our amendment, we said that including finding suitable locations for authorised encampments, whilst working with neighbouring authorities to achieve this, is actually quite important. If there's not a legal duty, we can only do it cooperatively, because if we don't do it cooperatively, it isn't going to happen. And I have a funny sense that if we continue to do the same things, nothing will change. And that, I understand, is the definition of madness. Continue doing the same and nothing happens, nothing changes. So we do have to, I think, address that. And we have to address it collaboratively. Now, Councillor Atkins seemed to say, well, just because we don't have to do it, we shouldn't ask other local authorities to do it. But of course, the whole thing we've pinned that on is that in areas where we own land, and we do own land in local authorities, we could possibly have some ability to contribute to that at some point. Now, it won't solve the whole problem, very obviously, because some of the behaviours that have been described very clearly, could happen even with authorised sites. And I think it's right to say that it's unacceptable that public land, which we all wish to use, should be hijacked by particular groups who then threaten other people from using it. So I think there are two elements to this. But what I would like to see from the movers was some acknowledgement that there's part of the solution has to be finding suitable locations, because they have said, and request collaborative action to identify solutions to this issue. We have said, and this is one of them. If they were to indicate that they were happy to do that, that might be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Councillor Shah, please.
Thank you so much, my Lord Mayor. I'm not against the motion 100%, because in Cosham I have heard from residents about this issue and acknowledge that action needs to be taken, but must be done so taking into consideration the need and welfare of the travelling community. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to speak in this debate, but as the leader decided,
£10 for the Lord Mayor's charity
much, my
appeal.
Lord. However, as the leader decided to talk about land that's in my portfolio, I'll talk about land that's within his. The first thing, though, to say, and in response to Councillor Corkery, is I would suggest to respectfully read the motion in some detail. I was particularly impressed, and firstly I thank Councillor Brent and Councillor Atkins for the motion. It is timely, it is something that our residents, I suspect in both Drayton and Farlington and in Purbrook as well, as far as Ryan is concerned, in my ward, as far as I'm concerned, is something residents talk about. But I would firstly start by this particular line in the motion. The Council notes that every individual has rights and respects the choices made regarding lifestyle. Now, you could argue that some of his Conservative colleagues nationally might take that line to heart, and we might have a more united country. But I'm delighted that our Conservative colleagues in Portsmouth have done that, because that is an essential part of what we have to do and the solution going forward. Now, luckily, the first thing that's said is basically we need a working group to find out what the Council is doing. Luckily, the Council last February, and I have to say everybody, including Councillor Corkery, signed up to this, agreed a budget to do just that. And there is a budget line which talks about work to tackle encampments. Now, I have a particular issue in my ward at Milton Common, which is regularly the home of unauthorised encampments. And so I wake up one morning and have complaints from local residents going, we've had mounds of earth, and we've got bollards at Baffin's Pond, and we've got bollards at Milton Common. What are these bollards stopping us walking our dogs? So I asked the council leader and teams in the Culture and Leisure Department what's going on. They say this is part of the work to deal with unauthorised encampments. Strangely, I relay this to my residents, and my residents are quite happy, because they think it is a good thing that is long overdue. And I know it's not just those two sites, but other sites owned by the Culture and Leisure Department across the city, as a result of the budgets that we all agreed, because it was in the first ever cross-party budget amendment. So I welcome the cross-party working group. I think the first meeting might be a bit short because it will be a presentation of what's going on. I understand Councillor Pitted is also down in places like Old Portsmouth, it's also down the seafront, it's also down in other places as well where there have been problems with unauthorised encampments. So the first bit is right, and it's good, because we need to monitor it and make sure it's successful. But the first bit may be a bit of a short meeting. The second one, I think Councillor Pitt has already raised, which is the issue around Stockheath Common, which is in the Lee Park bit of Hammond, and I'm pleased that we're working together with that. And that then comes to the Labour amendment. I too have some issues with regards to replacing the words condemns with the words acknowledges, but I think that the second part of the Labour amendment, which is actually talking to other authorities to find a solution to this issue, outweighs my concerns about the first bit. It's already been going on between other councils across Hampshire. And those discussions have run into the sand, partly because people find it difficult to do that. And because, as Councillor Heaney has outlined, we have no legal duty to do that, it may still run into the sand, frankly. But the truth is, in Portsmouth, we do not have the room. We haven't opposed 17,000 homes for nothing, because we simply do not have the room for those homes, let alone for the sort of sites that are required. So I would support the Labour amendment to that, because I think that contributes in a more positive way towards the solutions that are implicit in what Councillor Brent and Councillor Atkins have put forward. If the amendment doesn't go through, I'll vote the motion anyway, because I think it is timely, it is sensible, I welcome it, and I also welcome the action that this council has done to actually deal with the issues that both Ryan and Matthew have raised. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Just at the last minute there, Councillor George Magic has indicated.
I wasn't intending to speak. I've got a card here. I'll pay your donation afterwards. I don't know about the heritage of any of our councillors here, but many probably will know that the Magic family did come from a Traveller family. So I feel I can speak a little bit on this, because I'm probably also one of the rare councillors that's been to like the Appleby Horse Fair and things like that, and so on and so forth. I think the motion's a good motion. The only thing I'll say very quickly is that, you know, unauthorised encampments, yes, I know, don't mention a certain ethnic, minority, but realistically, the large portion of it is. So let's get that one clear first of all. And, you know, the traveller beliefs is a way of life. You know, where they go, the travel is a way of life. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. It's not like a new concept. And trying to tell them to change their belief is not possible. It's not something that can happen. So, I can't remember who brought it up, but someone said about getting a piece of land or a base where we could direct them to go. Just putting it out there, that's not going to work. So let's not consider that, because as I say, it is a way of life. And if you're going to direct them and say, look, this is your field, this is what we're giving you, they're going to say no and just go wherever they want to anyway. So let's not waste time or money on that, because it's just not going to be used. It might be used by a small minority of people, but certainly not by the majority of them. And just want to echo what Councillor Sanders said in relation to the bollards and stuff. You'll know that Port Solent was a place where we had problems 2-3 times a year on occasions on the field there, and the bollard system has worked perfectly. We've not had a single incident on Port Solent field since those bollards were in place. So that kind of work that we're doing to kind of get them to move on or not promote the fact that there's a field there is a good thing. And it's worked. So I just wanted to point out that, say, some people have mentioned about getting a specific space, and I just want to kind of highlight that in the mentality of the traveller community, that's not something that they would probably support. So let's not waste time or money on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magic. I have no one else indicating, so I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Ryan Brent, to sum up and ask whether he wishes to subsume any of the amendments.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So just looking at the two amendments in front of me, I think that we've had a healthy debate on this. I'll be happy to subsume Councillor Hugh Mason's amendment, but I would not be happy to subsume Councillor Fielding's amendment, and I'll explain and talk about as to why. So I'm just going to go around a few of the things that were said, and I'm probably not going to do it as eloquently as some of the colleagues in the room. I think Councillor Sanders sort of illustrated that residents who put us in this chamber, ultimately, and actually they're the ones we're responsible for. And do you know what? This was a very, very carefully worded motion. I was very careful. I think Councillor Cowcalkery's made some comments which I think, as Councillor Sanders said, if you were to read the motion, I just think they're unfounded, realistically. Councillor Magic, we're not trying to change anyone's belief, and you understand that. And I think so. It is carefully worded for a reason. Councillor Pitt, I'm glad that this notice of motion has forced a further action on PCC-owned land. That's reassuring. And then, so Councillor Simon Beaucher had said that the impact that these have on residents. So none of us want our residents to live in fear. So if there is an unauthorised encampment, we had Zetland Park, where there's lots of thefts. You've got excrement in bushes behind residents' houses. You've got children trying to walk home from school and divert in a different way because they don't want to walk through the encampment. I think ultimately all I'm doing is trying to ensure that there is no waste of taxpayers' money and that all of our residents in our community feel safe. I'm not being discriminatory to any group of individuals. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, do you know what? I completely agree. I think that if we were to look at preventative measures, we will potentially save council taxpayers' money, which means then we can put that money into other things rather than the clean-up of these unauthorised encampments. I think, to be honest, that's all I've really got to say. I'm hoping I've addressed it. The only thing with the Labour amendment is that I feel, do you know, we have to be strong. I do think the word condemn does need to stay. I think what that's saying is that we are putting our residents first. Ultimately, that is who put us in this room. And I think that is really important. So that's why the word is in there. I think the second part of the amendment to the second bullet point, I just think it's too preemptive and slightly too prescriptive. I'm asking for something to be looked at. I'm not saying this is what I want you to look at and this is the outcome that I want you to have. And that's sort of my umbrage with that. I just think it is slightly too prescriptive. And that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brent. So a vote will now be taken as the amendment in the name of Councillor Hugh Mason has been subsumed. We'll first take a vote on the Labour amendment. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That amendment is carried. So we will now vote on the substantive, including both amendments. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, members. The motion is carried. That brings an end to today's motions. We will now move to the final agenda item. Item 11, questions from members under Standing Order 17. Members, there are 6 questions under Standing Order 17. They've been previously circulated to you. As you know, there's a total of 45 minutes allocated within Standing Orders to deal with these questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must also arise directly out of the original question or the replies. So question 1 is Councillor Fielding, to be answered by Councillor Susie Horton. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question in my name.
Councillor Horton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In answer, broadly, it's a yes. Obviously, I'm aware that there's been recent national interest in certain types of buildings where roofs have been constructed using reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete, which I have to say is something that I learnt about through this, didn't know it already. And following the forced closure of several schools due to its presence posing a structural risk, and very, very serious it is too. You will be pleased to know that as soon as we knew about it, we contacted all schools, as we do regularly when there's a concern. The type of construction used is generally found on buildings constructed between 1960 and 1980. And actually, Portsmouth City Council currently have 14 maintained schools, the majority of which were constructed outside of these periods. And actually that brings a whole host of other problems with them being mainly Victorian. But some of them have had extensions added between 1960 and 1980. We are currently unaware of any school affected by this issue. However, we do have an ongoing work to maintain and improve our school buildings, which does include a building service team going into schools on a regular basis, looking at a programme of building condition surveys, which are usually used to prioritise the most urgent issues to use the £1 million that we get from government, which is about £1 million a year to look at our maintained schools maintenance. So, and included with these surveys now are inspections to identify if this is present. So that, as I said, we contacted all Portsmouth local authority maintained schools. You will know that we are not directly responsible for academy buildings, but we've also, those schools are included in the weekly dialogue that we have. All of the schools have been pointed towards the Department of Education's advice for identifying this issue, and this advice has obviously been copied to multi-academy trusts higher up who have responsibility for their own school buildings.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. Councillor Fielding, your first supplementary, please.
Hopefully just the one. The Cabinet member will be aware of, within the last 3 days, a report from the Sunday Times about the crumbling state of concrete and asbestos. So it's not just the issue of old concrete on buildings. Can she ensure that any risk assessments that continue on would also include looking into asbestos as well?
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Horton.
Thank you for telling me. They already do.
Councillor Fielding, do you have a second supplementary? Does anyone else have a supplementary? Guess not. We'll move on to question 2. Councillor Vallely, to be answered by Councillor Pitt. Councillor Vallely.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question in my name.
Thank you. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The issue here is around the BH Live contract and their sports development manager, who was exceptional, by the way, and did great work with the community, sadly handed in a notice at the end of October 2022. Recruitment for her replacement began immediately. The vacancy was advertised 5 times. In October 22, in November 22, in December 22 through to January 2023, in February 2023 and again in April 2023. The Sports Development Manager role is a niche role and applicants require specialist qualifications, experience and attitude in order to be able to succeed. So you're looking for a very particular type of individual for this post to be successful. Advertising was primarily of a specialist nature via publications such as Leisure Jobs and Leisure Opportunities, but BH Live also used Indeed and their own website each time. BH Live asked Leisure Jobs to apply targeted role marketing to candidates on their system and even changed the job title to see if that helped. Although BH Live received several applications and interviewed a range of candidates from school teachers, university graduates and other leisure managers, none was successful and none would appropriately have filled the role. The skill set required was just not being met. So BH Live kept the council's leisure officers aware of the process they were going through and updated us each month. A recruitment agent eventually found a suitable candidate, which incurred a fee to them, and BH Live also had to increase the salary by 25% in order to recruit a successful candidate. So the candidate has now been appointed, is currently serving an 8-week notice period from their previous position. Was currently serving a 8-week notice period from their previous position, but I'm pleased to announce that they did start work for BH Live in Portsmouth on Monday the 10th of July.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Vallely, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. No.
Any other supplementaries on this question? Groovy. Question 3. Councillor Heaney, to be answered by Councillor Whittington. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to ask the question in my name.
Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
This obviously is on the back of our 2 GP summits that we've had in the last year, last August and earlier this year. And we are looking forward to having our next GP summit in September before the next Health and Wellbeing Board. So I think one of the things to start with answering this question is, of course, it's not what I have done on my own, because this is what we are doing as a system in Portsmouth. So some examples of what has been done. So in recruitment and retention of GPs, we've initiated a 1-year pilot for newly qualified GPs to join participating practices, and this phase limited to Portsmouth and some practice in Gosport and Fareham in rotational roles across primary and secondary care. This is a very key thing we're doing to make sure that people have that opportunity within primary and secondary care. As many of you probably know, there are increasing people who have medical degrees who are going to secondary care and less going into primary care, and one of the reasons is that people want to experience secondary care but not necessarily primary care, and so therefore giving them the opportunity to do both initially is a really positive way to get them involved in primary care, where often they will find more of a niche, and that will hopefully enable people to do that. Been working on international recruitments. So this came out of the first GP summits last August, where we worked with the hospital, who do an awful lot of international recruitment, and that was something that they hadn't tapped into too much on the GP side in Portsmouth. So that was some work we'd done with also the Southern NHS Trust as well. Increasing GP trainees. This is one of the ones that's a real struggle, as we've reported back previously about trainees, and it was at the second GP summit in particular that some colleagues were there, Councillor Adeniran and Councillor Gosling were at the meeting, and there was a long point about that, about the shortage of GP trainers. One of the issues we have with that is it's nothing to do with what we can do locally. It's that effectively, if you become a GP trainer, you don't get reimbursed for it. You don't get any additional funding, and it becomes effectively something that takes up a lot of time that you don't get anything extra for doing, and it becomes very difficult to qualify for it. Previously, you didn't have to go through a qualification process. Now you have to go through that. So we've been approaching the deanery, which is one of these things that you have to do, to see if we can basically lobby upwards to say this is ridiculous, because this is actually really harming GP trainees. We have very, very few trainers in this city now. So that's something we're doing. But we have a working group led by the deanery, which will be exploring barriers to becoming a trainer. And then recommendations will be taken forward late summer, early autumn. But as we said, it will take time to go through the system. And there's also some bits and pieces around there about how we can make practices work together better. We do have 16 trainers, expect to rise to 18 over the current year, and 15 trainees in Portsmouth. So that's just some example of that. Alongside GPs, of course, we are doing about additional roles. So we are talking about primary care as a whole. So these roles include advanced nurse practitioners, care coordinators, care navigators, clinical pharmacists, dietitians, physiotherapists, health and wellbeing coaches, nursing associates, occupational therapists, paramedics, pharmacy technicians, physician associates and social prescribers. And we have, in the last several years, primary care providers have recruited over 100 of these additional roles with support from the ICB, and we are continue to do that. And, of course, this comes under our It Takes a Team to Care for the Community campaign, which we've been running across Health and Care Portsmouth for the last 18 months, I think it is now, and that's really positive to do that. On a national issue, we've now had, in May, we had the delivery plan for recovering access to primary care, focusing on 4 core areas. This came from NHS England: empowering patients, implementing modern general practice access, building capacity and cutting bureaucracy. Within Portsmouth, several of the recommendations from the delivery plan have already been implemented locally or are being progressed. For example, all GP practices in Portsmouth have implemented digital telephony with callback functionality. and Portsmouth already has a number of self-referral pathways into NHS community-based services for local residents. Further work is ongoing within primary care networks to review access to services and working to identify opportunities to improve patient access. So this is something actually Councillor Shah came to talk to me about in the break earlier, and so that is an ongoing work we're doing. Improved access plans are being finalised with support from the ICB and will be implemented throughout 2023-2024. And we are working with High Portsmouth to offer digital drop-in sessions at Cosham Library to support patients in using digital primary care services such as the NHS app, eConsult and System Online. 2 sessions delivered with 40+ people in attendance. And then there's also some work going on about health inclusion. All of this in the context of Portsmouth practice continue to deliver an increasing number of appointments in primary care year on year. In April, 73,679 appointments were delivered by GP practices within Portsmouth, a 13% increase on April 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Wellington, for such a detailed answer. I think that was longer than our meeting last month. Councillor Heaney, supplementary question.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to thank the Cabinet member for that very comprehensive answer that he gave. I'd also like to reassure him that I'm not holding him personally responsible for everything that happens in the NHS and the City Council, but I had to direct my question to a Cabinet member, and I did talk about the administration, meaning the collective, so please don't feel that I'm having a go. I did want to come back on a supplementary, and I don't know whether my supplementary question could be long, but there are a number of issues that I wanted to raise. At the Council meeting on the 14th of January 2020, we passed a motion which said that the Council will investigate ways in which the City Council can invest in health centres and to provide all backroom services so new doctors who don't want to buy into GP businesses can be attracted to work in Portsmouth. And it brings me back to my question, which was really about GP. So has there been any progress made on that particular proposal that was passed?
Yeah, so thank you. And yeah, so there's been a lot of work on the workforce side of it and looking at how we can make Portsmouth an attractive place to work. And this is one of those really big bits of workforce. You've probably heard of the NHS workforce plan. I actually went to a seminar last Tuesday up in London, which was about where actually part of this was about workforce planning and how do we work together in an integrated way. It was about integrated healthcare. And there were some really good bits that came out of there and also some good practice that were going on about how we work together in the greater health and care workforce. So one of the things we're doing as a City Council and through the Hive and through our VCSE is making sure we're working together on how to create that good environment, because what we're not wanting to do is that GPs are working in isolation in terms of workforce and incentives, but actually that it's done in a very much more holistic manner in what we're doing. And just something that I forgot to mention in my initial answer. Just one of the examples in terms of the practical solutions we're doing for some of the gaps in services. I know Councillor Corkery, Councillor Adinaran and Councillor Mellor have all been invited to an event I'm also attending tomorrow evening at the John Pound Centre, which is all about primary care in Portsea. And there's also some work starting in Paulsgrove on that same thing. So there's some general stuff going on, but there's very specific ones where we've got some primary care needs in Portsmouth as a whole, in some specific communities.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Councillor Heaney, do you have a second supplementary?
Yes, I do. I'm not entirely sure that I got a clear answer to the question of backroom services or health centres, but I'll leave it there. The other one I wanted to ask about was the motion said to explore further the use of City Council-owned property assets or the acquisition of property assets to support provision of local health service. Has any of that been tried, attempted or achieved?
Councillor Whittington.
That's great. Yeah, I think one of the things about that was particularly around the issue at the John Pound Centre in Portsea, because that was one where we had NHS property services, and it was a real struggle to be able to get in. Obviously, one of the things we've been talking about on an ongoing basis is working with GP practices to make sure that if there's opportunities to have services that are within city council buildings, either existing or potential. I think right back at that time there was I can't remember what it was, but there was potentially a unit that the council owns that perhaps that at the time a GP practice was looking at possibly using, not the Portsea one, it was somewhere else. In the end, they didn't want to take that up, but it was about making sure that that's done. But what we're doing is we're saying to not just GP surgeries, but also within the health and care sector, that if you need new buildings, if you want, we particularly think about care homes, and actually doctor surgery is a classic case because they're often in converted homes in the same way as care homes are, then have a talk to us as a city council, especially when we're doing developments like in Somerstown. Obviously Bransbury Park is something that I know we're going to be talking more about later, where there's opportunities where we can do some work together on that. So those conversations are ongoing. They never end, and it's something that we really encourage any GP surgery to make sure they're talking to us, but also talking to us because we might have private or social housing developments done by housing association providers that might enable areas to be in use that they can use. And I know that there's been some discussions that have gone on in Hilsea wards. For example, I was talking to Councillor Simpson about potentially making use of some empty space in that ward for some healthcare uses. So that is a conversation we are having, and I think it really goes down to our integration and those close connections we have and relationships we have that mean that they feel that they can come to us, and it is an ongoing conversation we're having.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Next to speak, I have a question. I have Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yeah, touching on topic that's already been mentioned, the John Pounds Medical Centre in Portsea, could you update us as to what progress the administration has made towards getting GP services reinstated at that site since the petition was put to full council on that subject 16 months ago?
Thank you. Yes. As I was mentioning, the event tomorrow is the first face-to-face engagement event, which is bringing together some of the engagement that's been going on already with local residents within Portsea and with community groups there. And that's very much about getting that. Obviously, part of that is then engaging with Lake Road Practice, who of course are the people who sort of have covered that area in the past, and that all comes within there. So that's very much the case of the engagement action that's gone on already, and then it's that face-to-face event tomorrow, and then that's very much sort of moving on about where do we go to next? Because as obviously you know, Councillor Corkery, we don't have any ability to tell people to go in there. So it's very much about engaging with that community to make sure that we can get that in. It's still very much the will of the administration, I think all the whole council, that we get GP services back in there. But as I said, we have no power to force anyone in. But that's what all that engagement has been going on. And I think it's, from all the feedback we've had so far, certainly from my side that I've seen, it's been very positive. I'm really looking forward to the event tomorrow to really see exactly where we are, what the needs of your community in Portsea is, and how we can move that forward in a constructive way. And is there anything that we can do that comes out of that tomorrow that will enable that to happen, rather than being something that we all have an aspiration that we want to happen, but will that happen? We need to move from the we want it to happen to it actually happening.
Thank you, Councillor Wellington. I have Councillor Judith Smythe indicating.
Through you, Lord Mayor, thank you very much for such comprehensive replies. I think it's very encouraging. I'm not sure that your question, that Councillor Heaney's question was fully answered or in the direction I expected it to go. Could you please let us know about the possibility of establishing in Portsmouth a NHS or even local authority owned practice, so that new GPs don't have to go through the business of becoming a partner and taking a part share in a decaying Victorian building or some other more expensive building. I know in Gosport that was a way of retaining a large number of GPs and indeed attracting people who wanted to be a salaried GP rather than a partner GP. Thank you.
Councillor Wellington.
Thanks, Councillor Smythe. I think actually you've, to be honest, I was slightly confused by Graham's question, which is why I went down a slightly different tangent. But I think you've put it much more clearly now. So thank you for that. It's something that in both the summits we've had so far, it's been one of those conversations. It still is something we would like to do if that's what they need us to do. It's one of these things where the GP contracts are, the nature of them, it's very difficult to do, and we would have to do it in a particular way. But it's as you probably know, Councillor Smythe, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. The GP contract is very, very odd. We do have in Portsmouth at the moment, we are struggling with having enough GPs who want to be partners, but compared to salary GPs, which has caused us a bit of an issue. However, we're not at a critical point yet, albeit we've had unfortunately had a practice closure. We have had a practice closure, which has been very unfortunate. But again, it's all about we can't force people to become partners. But it is something that we're working on, because it might be that we could do it through different means. So we have Portsmouth Primary Care Alliance, for example, who are the company that brings together all the practices, or most of the practices in the city. I think it is all of them, and that maybe that might be the pathway we can do, rather than being done through the City Council directly. But absolutely, if that's what we need to do, then that's what we'll do if we're able to. But more to the point is about how we work together with the system to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to make sure we can do that with all the stuff that I've already talked about.
Thank you. Through you. I think that's very helpful. I do think it is the... Sorry, Judith. Right. That's right, no worries. I have no one else indicating, so question 4, Councillor Beaucher, to be answered by Councillor Pitt.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Question number 4, standing in my name. Thank you.
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. The 23-24 budget identified the planned acquisition of the Whittington playing fields. A figure was put in of £500,000 as the new scheme. You're quite right. We had been going through a process around the unexpected closure of St John's College, my former alma mater, although I have no personal or prejudicial interest towards it. And what was going to become of the playing fields was of consideration, because it's used by Nomads Rugby Club and Portsmouth Cricket Club and some other ancillary users as well, and more recently the field gun crew have a base up there. So there is an income stream already there for it. If those current uses got displaced onto other sports pitches, etc., around the city, that would add more pressure to the system, and we are already close to capacity in a couple of areas. So it was felt that there may be the opportunity to acquire the land, but at that point we had absolutely no idea for how much. This was all in August last year. The council engaged with agents appointed to sell both St John's College and the Whittington playing field, so they were separate. It wasn't being sold as one package. We submitted an expression of interest just to try and get some idea of what they might be considering value-wise, and we got some information through about the site at some point in September last year. In October, the site was actually launched for sale, and again they were taking bids, and the council were invited to submit a bid as part of the tender process, where all bids were then submitted by 3rd of November 2022, awaiting an outcome. The outcome was that somebody else was successful. We nevertheless put that money into the council's budget for this year, because at that point we weren't clear. I don't think we ever were told exactly how much had been the outcome of the winning bid, but we were told that it was very substantially higher than the money that we had offered. And the advice from the property professionals at the council was that would not provide value for money nor a return on our investment. As disappointing though that was, you have to draw a line somewhere. So the money is still there as indicative lending. If the current sale should fall through, and actually we've got no knowledge as to whether it has fully concluded or not at the moment, we're still trying to find out, but if it comes back to market, there is the ability there to reconsider should that become necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Beaucher, your first supplementary, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for quite a comprehensive answer. I think you just answered slightly one of my questions as to whether we're talking about Farlington football pitches or the land to the back of it, which is the St John's College playing fields, which you can only access through that. Given that the Farlington playing fields, the bit that we already own, is classed as protected open space and is the St John's College part, which you can only access by going through the playing fields, under the Portsmouth plan, how would a developer have built housing on that should they be successful? Or will it remain as protected open space as it currently is?
Councillor Pitt.
So interestingly enough, because I went to school at St John's College, I happen to know that over 30 years ago there was an enormous furore over what at the time was being described by Portsmouth Football Club as the Parkway Stadium. They were going to relocate it up there. But the good old Brent geese, our eternal friends here in Portsmouth, who land on it, put firm pay to that. So the view of planners is that you would never ever get planning permission to put housing on that site. I know there was some discussion about whether I'm being very specific to the St John's fields here now, just for clarity, but there was some suggestion as to whether or not they may get any planning permission for light industrial, but again, it's a Brent Keys landing site. So it's one of the reasons why when people started bandying around very, very high numbers, it was our view that these were potentially fanciful bids and that somebody's going to end up owning it who probably wishes they didn't, at which point they may return to Portsmouth City Council. Just if it's helpful, Lord Mayor, we did look at what our control is over the access through our land, through Farlington playing fields onto the St John's playing fields, and the advice was that we would be legally required to provide an easement to allow access across.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Beaucher, do you have a second supplementary?
I do indeed, Lord Mayor. We all love the Brent geese up in Drayton and Farlington, and I will pay credit going back there. It was the issue that launched my interest in politics. I think the Liberal Democrats at the time supported it, but the Labour Party wanted it up in Farlington. Draw your own conclusions out of that. Going back to my second supplementary, I'm sure you said that our bid was not successful earlier this year, even though we got the money set aside, in which case the failed Liberal Democrat candidate for Drayton and Farlington this year put out a lot of paid-for adverts saying, saved Farlington playing fields, saved from the developers, Portsmouth City Council, Liberal Democrat administration has purchased it. Was that a misleading statement to put out in March?
Councillor Pitt.
I've got no idea, Lord Mayor, because contrary to popular view, I don't look at every single bit of literature the local party produces, and I was not involved in the campaign in Drayton and Farlington, so I'm happy to have it some clarity over exactly what that related to, but I've failed to see how it was this.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. I have no one else indicating on this question, so we will move to question number 5, please. You've got Councillor Vallely to be answered by Councillor Pitt. Councillor Vallely.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question in my name.
Thank you. Councillor Pitt.
Me again. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Where are we at the moment? The project is at REBA, which for anyone who doesn't know is Royal Institute of British Architects Stage 3. the development of what we call a spatially coordinated design to make sure it all fits together and works as an operational building. This follows on from an extensive stage 2 conceptual design which saw a great deal of value engineering, which all a normal part of the process, rationalisation of the facility mix, exploration of alternative construction options in response to the unusually high levels of construction industry inflation, which is plaguing every single private and public contract in the country, and is the result of multiple causes, including Brexit, COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, and global energy crisis. In terms of the programme, Stage 3 will include a planning application anticipated currently in October this year, and is due to end, providing we get permission in time in good time through the process, in January 24. Stage 4, which is the technical design, how all the M&E will work, etc., that's mechanical and engineering for anyone who's not sure, will follow immediately afterwards and will be delivered by the principal contractor, who will initially be appointed for design consultancy during the Stage 3 period, with a full construction design appointment from January 2024. Enabling works on site are due to commence in February 2024, with main construction works beginning no later than August 2024. Completion and handover are due in January 2026. Just to remind everyone, in previous updates when we've published papers at Portfolio, one of the reasons that the timetable slipped a little bit relates directly back to the previous question to Councillor Whittington, where the former leader of the council went and engaged with the local doctor's surgery in that area, had a very positive discussion. We then, as a result of that, they did ask to be considered as to whether or not it would be possible to include them within the new centre. Sport England, for example, takes a very, very positive view of the co-location of services, particularly of its health. We've been through that process with them. They managed to secure with us some funding in order to do the full investigation into the viability of that, and that's now gone forward for final decision making, and we are expecting the outcome of that very soon. So it's been a very positive process, and if we can get that outcome, then that's exactly what we should be doing, which is looking for where we're building new to give doctor surgeries the opportunity to co-locate with us. It means that the long-term rental income can be made pretty much, even in the current climate, to stack up to cover the additional borrowing costs of including the facility within the facility's mix, and therefore better outcomes. Now, why would we do it? Well, we do it because, as we know, existing GP practices are offering in old failing buildings or even multiple buildings that were cobbled together years ago and made to work but don't work. So Devonshire Practice, which is the nearest one to Bransbury Park, is actually my doctor's surgery, and the stairs in there are lethal. There's no disabled access to, or disability access even to any of the upper floor, which means that appointments have to swap around and be taken in downstairs consulting rooms. The whole thing just doesn't work. Well, when you go into partnership into somewhere where you're going to have to invest into the building, and it's a building that doesn't work and it's costing you a serious investment, you would therefore expect that there might be another opportunity which doesn't involve that kind of investment, and that's the sort of thing we can do here. So apologies for the full answer on that, but it's become a really key and intrinsic part of where we are. Project overall is led by David Moorman from Portsmouth City Council CLRS service under Stephen Bailey, with project management support from Mace Cost Consulting. They are our client-side project managers and quantity surveyors. It's their job to drive through the design and bring down the cost and make sure we're getting value for money. And the council has directly appointed the multidisciplinary team for Stage 3. Key appointments of that are GT3 Architects, who we've worked with before, Hexa Consulting, who are doing the structural and civil engineers side of things, Core Consulting, who are doing the mechanical and electrical stuff, FT Leisure, who are doing the actual pool design, DPP UK, who are hard planning consultants, and 20 specialist design consultants in total make up that team. Procurement of a principal contract is underway via Hampshire County Council's Southern Construction Framework. The deadline for tenders is the 17th of July, yesterday, and the successful contractor will be notified on the 21st of July, with the appointment due to commence on the 31st of July. So we're moving at pace. The project is subject to extensive public consultation, actually 5 times we have consulted on this, but that's helping us not only with getting the very, very best outcome that we can in terms of our BREEAM standards for this building, because believe it or not, how you consult plays into that process, but also in our evidence for Sport England. So it's enabled the project team to develop the facility mix to meet the residents' needs, while ensuring that the project delivers on the key strategic outcomes which were agreed through this extensive process. And consultation with Sport England has been ongoing throughout and will continue as a statutory consultee and potential investor. We are waiting for the government to give a new capital pot to Sport England so that they can launch a new capital fund for us to be able to bid into. Like lots of other things going on at the moment, it ain't happened yet, and we're pushing hard through various back channels to see if we can get some clarity on exactly when that will launch. It was due in April. It hasn't happened yet. We expect that it will happen at some point, and we can move forward from there. I've got loads more to say about this, but we are supposed to be succinct in questions, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Valley, do you have a supplementary question? Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. It just struck me while you were speaking, will the co-location of GP surgeries, is that, if it did go ahead, likely to result in a larger footprint for the site? And am I right in recalling that there wasn't new dedicated parking proposed at the site, and would that be affected by co-locating GP surgeries? Because it seems like it would increase the footfall and demand.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think that's literally the definition of a fishing expedition, because there was lots of lack of information around that particular question. No, it won't affect parking, because I've just explained the Devonshire practice is actually about a 30-second walk, maybe a minute if you allow for the crossing from the location it will go in the park. So it won't change the parking situation one iota. I live there, and so we'll get to see it every day. The size of the building is not, I mean, it has to go in the building, but the building's been flexed the whole time, and it's been very clear that we will make sure that the extra borrowing required to include the GP element would stack up in terms of the future rental income from the site. So yes, the building is bigger than it would be if they weren't in there, but by a relatively small margin because of the way the facilities mix has been designed. If anyone would like to see all of the information available on this, it will be at the next Culture, Leisure and Economic Development briefing session and decision meeting right at the front end of October. All the last bits, I believe new members had a full briefing on it last week, yes, with all the visuals and everything else included. I'm sure Councillor Atkins, if that was of value, if you contact David Moorman, he'd be happy to share.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. We have no one else indicating on that question. We've got about 6.25 minutes left. We have one more question. It's question 6, Councillor Beaucher, to be answered by Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't think this one's going to take that long. Question number 6, standing in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. Oh.
Thank you very much indeed. As I understand it, we had a meeting to look at a problem in this area, and one of the things I picked up on was that one of these roads was not in the 20-mile-an-hour zone, and it's bizarre that it isn't. We'll now look to see if we can make sure it is. As I understand it, I think all of these roads are cul-de-sacs, so trying to get to 30 anyway, or even 20, is a problem. I've no idea why they weren't included in what it must be, 15 years since we've done 20 is plenty across the city.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Beaucher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Didn't really quite answer the question, but you are quite right in that respect. We do have this anomaly, and trust me, even in cul-de-sacs, I've seen vehicles get up to beyond 30 miles an hour. As an aside, Lord Mayor, I have a flashing 30-mile-an-hour sign round the corner from me. Lower Farlington Road is about 40 yards from it, and they can get through that and make it that, and they've actually turned out onto the Havant Road. I think if you can look at the last statement, particularly there, but I would suggest going a little bit further. I suspect that the roads I've identified in Drayton and Farlington may not be the only roads that fall into this little loophole, And will the Cabinet Member for Transport undertake or ask the officers to undertake a review? Because I think what we did in 2006, 2008 was the right thing to do, but I think we might find ourselves with some loopholes that might cause problems for residents.
Thank you, Councillor Beaucher. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Very happy to.
Councillor Beaucher, do you have a second supplementary? And I have no one else indicating. Saved 4 minutes there, guys. Members, that concludes today's council meeting. Although I would just like to make one final comment in respect of David Williams, our Chief Executive. David is retiring from full-time work after a 40-year local government career and 16 years at Portsmouth City Council. This is his last full council meeting after attending 150 since January 2007. Needs a medal for that. On behalf of the council, I'd like to wish David a very happy and well-earned retirement and thank him for his sterling service to the council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That's really kind, and thank you, members. It's been a real privilege. Clearly, on evenings like this, and particularly during members' questions, it's a time when I reflect and wonder whether I really have made the right decision. 2006 actually was the first time I spoke in this chamber, and that was when I was formally appointed as the Chief Executive. In case you've been disappointed over that period, there are 6 members in the chamber tonight who were party to that decision. Only 6 on the whole council now, and they're all here present today. There's Gerald, Leo, Lee, Hugh, Simon, and Jason. And Jason, after over 150 meetings, it was lovely to see you have such a polished performance tonight. I'd just like to thank you all. It's been a wonderful... I never thought I'd stay this long. In fact, I had people come to visit me when I was still Chief Executive at Guildford, asking me, why on earth do you want to go to Portsmouth Council? Because Portsmouth Council had a bit of a reputation at that time. Obviously, things have ebbed and flowed, but I've had a tremendous time here. We've achieved an enormous amount. We've had our ups and downs, as is inevitably going to be the case. Most of my time here, the council has been a hung council, but unusually only 3 council leaders during that time. So a very different pattern to those councils surrounding us. It's been great. I wish you all the very best for the future. I will be taking the opportunity to thank your brilliant staff as well. We've been through some stuff, whether that's been the cuts, COVID, so forth, an awful amount, but they've also continued to deliver really high quality services throughout that. And I think it's a great shame that so many in the public don't appreciate the hard work that you all put in. I see that at incredibly close quarters, and I do appreciate that. But I will not be becoming a councillor myself. So thank you all very much. Thank you for your confidence. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your trust. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Leader.
Thank you for indulging me, Lord Mayor. With your indulgence, further indulgence, would you consider making your expression of thanks to the Chief Executive a formal resolution of this council, a rare opportunity for the Lord Mayor to actually make a proposal that would be jointly seconded, I think, by Simon, myself, Charlotte and Cal and George as the other group leaders, and I'm sure that every member in this chamber would be very happy to arise in assent should you wish them to.
I do wish it.
Thank you. I know this is not protocol, but no, please do sit down, everybody, including the Lord Mayor. Just to my personal thanks, David and I have worked together as leader and chief executive for over a decade. You can tell by the colour of our respective hair that mine was the more stressful job. But I would very much like to put on record officially my thanks to David. I think we have been incredibly lucky in this council to have David as our Chief Executive for such a long time, to bring such significant stability. I think probably looking at the senior management team now, I think we have the strongest group of directors I've ever known working here at the City Council. And David's leadership of that is greatly appreciated. I think people may not see some of the work that David does around the rest of the region, and particularly with the health service. And David is by far the most effective Chief Executive in the whole of Hampshire, and works across the whole of the region extremely well, and is respected across all councils, and particularly the work with the health service, where many Chief Executives of councils have real difficulties understanding the complexities of the health service. David has done a tremendous job there, which means that we have two seats on the ICB from Portsmouth City Council. So I think we do owe David an enormous debt of thanks for putting up with us, or putting up with me at least, for all that time, and for the leadership you've shown. Everybody's style is different. Your successor will be different to you, but you've brought a great deal of charm, hard work, effort, and intellectual curiosity to the job. So, David, my thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bernard Jackson. Thank you, members. I can now close this meeting at 18:41.